Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The soft, rhythmic hum of the vault's circulation system created a gentle white noise that permeated every corner of the underground facility. It was a sound so constant that most residents had long ago ceased to consciously register it, a perpetual lullaby that had accompanied generations born and raised beneath the earth. But technical specialist Anna Chen had never stopped hearing it. After 15 years working in Vault 42's maintenance division, she had developed an almost preternatural sensitivity to the subtle variations in the facility's mechanical pulse. This morning, as she lay in her standard-issue bed staring at the familiar metal ceiling panels, she detected the barely perceptible change in pitch that signaled the transition from night cycle to day. The environmental systems were gradually increasing illumination levels, adjusting temperature, and cycling fresh air through the residential sections, all according to the meticulous schedule established when the vault first sealed its massive door against the nuclear devastation above. Anna stretched slowly, savoring these quiet moments before her daily duties began. Her quarters were small but thoughtfully arranged. A sleeping area, a modest desk with a terminal, a small sitting space with a chair salvaged from a less frequently used section of the vault, and a few shelves holding treasured possessions. Most precious among them was a small potted plant, a descendant of one her grandmother had brought into the vault when the bombs fell. Its delicate green leaves seemed to reach toward the artificial lighting panels, a quiet reminder of a world above that Anna had never seen. Today was Reactor Maintenance Day, a monthly ritual marked in red on the digital calendar displayed on her terminal. Most Vault residents regarded these maintenance cycles with casual indifference. The reactor, like the air filtration system and water purifiers, was simply expected to function without interruption. Few gave thought to the complex machinery that made their underground existence possible, or to the small team of technicians who ensured that mechanical heart continued beating. Anna knew better, as she dressed in her blue and yellow maintenance jumpsuit, zipping it methodically and attaching her ID badge. She mentally reviewed the scheduled procedures. Today they would be conducting a complete diagnostic on coolant flow systems, checking radiation seals, and recalibrating the output regulators. Routine work, but essential, and requiring absolute precision. A soft chime from the intercom interrupted her thoughts. Technical Specialist Chen, please report to the Overseer's office before proceeding to reactor level. The formal tone indicated an official communication rather than a personal message. Acknowledged, Anna replied, curiosity piqued. Unscheduled meetings with the Overseer before maintenance cycles were uncommon. The corridor outside her quarters was coming to life as Vault 42 awakened. Residents emerged from their rooms, exchanging morning greetings as they moved toward the communal dining area or their assigned workstations. Children walked in small groups toward the education section, their conversations echoing off the curved metal walls, the familiar rhythm of vault life unfolding in its orderly pattern. Anna nodded to acquaintances as she made her way toward the administrative level, her footsteps echoing slightly on the metal floors. The vault's architecture was utilitarian, but not without aesthetic consideration. Soft blue lighting recessed in the walls, curved archways connecting major sections, occasional murals depicting peaceful pre-war scenes. Generations of residents had added small, humanizing touches to the originally sterile environment. Potted plants carefully tended in hydroponics, handcrafted decorations marking holiday seasons, personal photographs displayed outside residential quarters. The administrative section maintained a more formal atmosphere, with the Vault-Tec logo prominently displayed and official notices posted on information boards. Secretary Jenkins looked up from his terminal as Anna approached the overseer's office, offering a polite smile. "Good morning, Specialist Chen. The overseer is expecting you, and apparently, so is someone else." He gestured toward the closed door with a slight raise of his eyebrows, suggesting something unusual waited inside. The pneumatic door slid open with a soft hiss as Anna approached. Inside, Overseer Wilson sat behind her desk, her silver-streaked hair pulled back in its customary bun, her expression thoughtful. What caught Anna's attention, however, was the young man standing near the window that looked out onto the vault's central atrium. A stranger, someone Anna had never seen before in the closed community where she knew every face. He was tall, with dark hair cropped short in military fashion, dressed in a vault jumpsuit that appeared new. The number on his back, 101, identified him as from outside their community. A virtually unprecedented situation. "Specialist Chen, thank you for coming," the overseer said, rising from her chair. "I'd like to introduce you to Technical Advisor James Reed. He's visiting us from Vault 101 as part of a new Vault-Tec initiative to exchange technical expertise between facilities." The stranger turned, offering a hand and a tentative smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Specialist Chen. I've heard impressive things about Vault 42's reactor efficiency ratings." Anna accepted the handshake, noting the calluses that spoke of practical experience rather than purely administrative work. "Welcome to Vault 42, Advisor Reed. I wasn't aware of any exchange program between vaults." "It's a recent development," Overseer Wilson explained, returning to her seat. "Apparently, Vault-Tec left sealed instructions with several vaults to initiate contact after a predetermined period. Given the uncertain conditions outside, the exchanges are limited to technical personnel with specific expertise." Anna absorbed this information, its implications momentarily overwhelming. Contact with another vault meant communication with the outside world was possible, that perhaps other pockets of humanity had survived the devastation above. Questions crowded her mind, but professional discipline reasserted itself. Today was reactor maintenance day, and regardless of this surprising development, that critical work needed to proceed. "Advisor Reed has specialized knowledge of reactor coolant systems," the overseer continued. "He'll be observing and assisting with today's maintenance cycle. I've already informed Chief Engineer Patel of the arrangement." James shifted slightly, his expression suggesting he felt the awkwardness of his outsider status. "I'm here to learn as much as to advise. From what I've seen of your technical specifications, Vault 42 has implemented several innovative modifications to the standard Vault-Tec reactor design." Anna nodded, professional interest engaged despite her surprise. "We've made some adaptations over the years, particularly to the coolant recycling systems." She turned to the overseer. "Will Advisor Reed be joining my team immediately? We're scheduled to begin diagnostics at 900. "Yes, I've cleared him for all reactor-level access. He'll be with us for 1 month, primarily working with your division." The overseer's expression softened slightly. "I understand this is unexpected, Anna. The appearance of someone from outside our community is..." unprecedented in your lifetime, but the knowledge exchange could be invaluable to our long-term sustainability. I understand, Overseer. Anna's response was professional, though her mind continued processing the implications. If there's nothing else, Advisor Reed and I should proceed to the reactor level. Chief Patel prefers to begin precisely on schedule. With the Overseer's dismissal, Anna led the visitor out of the administrative section and toward the elevator that would take them down to the reactor level. Other residents they passed in the corridors glanced curiously at the stranger, some stopping to whisper to companions after they passed. News of an outsider would spread quickly through the Vault's social networks. I appreciate your adaptability, Specialist Chen, James said as they waited for the elevator. I realize my presence is disruptive to your community's routine. Anna studied him briefly. Vault 42 values efficiency and improvement. If your expertise can enhance our systems, that serves the community. She paused as the elevator arrived, its doors sliding open with a soft chime. But I imagine you have much to tell us about the outside world and other vaults. That will be of great interest to many here. They stepped into the elevator and Anna pressed the button for reactor level. As the car began its descent, the gentle hum that permeated the vault grew incrementally deeper, the omnipresent sound of the reactor becoming more pronounced as they approached its location in the lowest level of the facility. What would you like to know? James asked quietly. About outside, I mean. Anna considered the question as the elevator continued downward. So many possibilities, so many questions that had lingered in the minds of vault dwellers for generations. Is there radiation? Are there other survivors? What does the sky truly look like? Are the old cities still standing? But professional focus prevailed. Later, perhaps. Right now, we should concentrate on the maintenance cycle. Chief Patel runs a strictly organized operation. The elevator slowed and stopped, its doors opening to reveal the reactor-level antechamber. Unlike the living areas above, with their softer lighting and occasional decorative elements, this space was purely functional. Exposed conduits ran along walls, monitoring stations displayed constantly updating system diagnostics, and illumination came from harsh industrial fixtures recessed into metal ceiling panels. Chief Engineer Raj Patel stood at the central monitoring station, his attention focused on readouts scrolling across multiple screens. At 62, he was one of the oldest members of the technical staff, with knowledge of vault systems that transcended the official technical manuals through decades of hands-on experience. His grey-streaked beard and the deep creases around his eyes spoke of both age and the responsibility he carried. Specialist Chen, right on schedule, he acknowledged without looking up from the displays. And our visitor from Vault 101, welcome to the heart of Vault 42, Advisor Reed. Thank you, Chief Engineer, James replied, his eyes already taking in the monitoring systems with professional interest. Impressive setup you have here. I notice you're running a modified diagnostic protocol on the primary coolant exchange. This observation seemed to earn him a measure of approval from Patel, who finally looked up from his monitors. You have a good eye, Advisor. Yes. We've enhanced the standard Vault Tech protocols to provide more granular data on coolant temperature variances. Helps us identify potential issues before they develop into actual problems. Anna moved to her assigned station, logging into the system with practiced efficiency. The maintenance team was already assembling. Senior Technician Rodriguez checking equipment in the tool storage area. Engineering Apprentice Wei Zhang reviewing system schematics at a side terminal, and Safety Officer Moore inspecting radiation badges that would be distributed before they entered the reactor chamber itself. Chen, you'll be leading the coolant flow diagnostic today, Patel announced, handing her a digital checklist. Take advisor Reed with you. Zhang will assist. Rodriguez is handling radiation seal integrity, and I'll oversee the output regulator's calibration personally. Anna accepted the assignment with a nod, quickly reviewing the checklist. The coolant system was a complex network of pipes, pumps, and heat exchangers that prevented the reactor's nuclear core from overheating. A critical system, but one she knew intimately after years of maintenance cycles. Visor Reed, have you worked directly with the Zaxard 400 coolant pumps? She asked, shifting into the technical focus that defined her professional identity. Yes, though Vault 101's implementation differs somewhat from what I see in your schematics, James replied, studying the system diagrams displayed on her terminal. We use a more conventional parallel flow configuration, while you've adopted a modified cross-flow approach. The cross-flow modification was implemented by Chief Patel about 20 years ago, Anna explained, impressed by his quick analysis. It improved thermal efficiency by approximately 7% and reduced pump strain during peak load periods. Wei Zhong approached, his youthful enthusiasm for reactor technology barely contained beneath professional decorum. At 19, he was the newest member of the maintenance team, recently graduated from the Vault's technical education program. Specialist Chen, I've prepared the diagnostic tools for the coolant system. Standard protocol plus the additional resonance scanner you requested. Good work, Zhang, Anna acknowledged. This is Advisor Reed from Vault 101. He'll be observing and assisting with our procedure today. Wei's eyes widened slightly at the introduction, the significance of meeting someone from outside their closed community momentarily overwhelming his professional composure. Another vault? That's... wow. I mean, it's an honor to meet you, Advisor Reed. James smiled at the young apprentice's reaction. The honor is mine. I've heard excellent things about Vault 42's engineering innovations. I'm looking forward to learning from your team. Chief Patel's voice interrupted any further conversation. Attention, maintenance team. Pre-entry briefing in 3 minutes. Safety protocols review is mandatory for all personnel entering the reactor chamber, including our visitor. The team gathered around the central station where Safety Officer Moore now stood, her expression serious as always when reviewing protocols that could mean the difference between safety and disaster. She was methodical, reviewing radiation exposure limits, emergency procedures, communication protocols, and exit routes with practiced precision. Each team member received a radiation badge to be worn at all times within the chamber, with strict instructions to monitor color changes that would indicate dangerous exposure levels. With safety preparations complete, the team collected their equipment and moved toward the massive airlock that separated the antechamber from the reactor chamber itself. The door, nearly a foot thick and designed to contain both radiation and potential physical damage from reactor malfunction, opened with a deep mechanical groan, revealing the space beyond. The reactor chamber was an impressive sight, even for those who had seen it many times before. The central reactor core rose from floor to ceiling, a massive cylindrical structure surrounded by monitoring equipment, coolant pipes, and control systems. Bathed in the blue glow of Cherenkov radiation emanating from inspection ports, the chamber had an almost otherworldly atmosphere. The air carried the distinctive metallic taste that Anna associated with the electromagnetic fields generated by the reactor, and the background radiation created a subtle tingling sensation on exposed skin despite protective measures. Magnificent, James murmured as he followed Anna into the chamber. The scale is larger than our unit in 101.1, and the modifications to the shielding assembly are impressive. Anna felt a flicker of pride at his reaction. For all its isolation, Vault 42 had maintained not just the technological legacy entrusted to them, but had improved upon it through generations of dedicated engineering work. The reactor was originally designed with an operational lifespan of 120 years, she explained. With our modifications and maintenance protocols, current projections extend that to nearly 300 years. The team dispersed to their assigned systems, each focusing on their specific maintenance tasks. Anna led James and Wei to the primary coolant control station, a complex array of valves, gauges, and monitoring equipment that regulated the flow of coolant through the reactor core. We'll begin with standard pressure testing of all major coolant lines, Anna instructed, her tone shifting to the formal cadence used during technical procedures. Zhang, prepare the diagnostic coupling for the main input manifold. Advisor Reed, would you like to observe or participate directly? I'd like to participate, if that's acceptable, James replied. It's the best way to understand your procedures. Anna nodded approval and handed him a specialized pressure testing tool. You can connect to junction points C7 through C14 while I handle the primary manifold. We'll work in sequence, testing each section independently before initiating the full system diagnostic. For the next hour, they worked methodically through the coolant system checkout procedure. James proved himself competent and familiar with reactor systems, though occasionally Anna needed to explain Vault 42's specific modifications. Wei observed and assisted, his eagerness to learn from both experienced technicians evident in his attentive focus. The maintenance proceeded smoothly until they reached the tertiary coolant loop, a backup system designed to activate only if the primary and secondary loops failed. As Anna initiated the diagnostic sequence, a warning indicator flashed on the monitoring panel. Pressure variance in section T9, she noted, her voice remaining calm despite the unexpected reading. Zhang, verify the gauge calibration. Advisor Reed, can you check the physical condition of the pipes in that section? Both men moved efficiently to their assigned tasks, while Anna continued monitoring the system readings, searching for patterns that might explain the anomaly. The tertiary loop rarely activated during normal operation, making it easier for subtle problems to develop unnoticed between maintenance cycles. Gauge calibration checks out, Wei reported after running the verification protocol. Reading is genuine, not a sensor malfunction. James returned from inspecting the physical components, his expression concerned. I found the issue. There's a microfracture in the flow regulator housing. Not critical yet, but it's causing the pressure inconsistency. See here. He displayed images he'd captured using a handheld scanner, showing a hairline crack in a critical component. Anna studied the images, her experienced eye immediately recognizing the potential severity. Good catch. That regulator controls coolant flow to heat exchanger 3 if it failed completely during an emergency activation of the tertiary loop. Reactor temperature could spike beyond safe parameters before the automated shutdown engaged. James completed her thought, demonstrating his understanding of the system's interdependencies. Chief Patel had approached during their discussion, his attention drawn by the warning indicator still flashing on the monitoring panel. What have we got, Chen? Microfracture in tertiary loop regulator TR17, Anna reported precisely. No immediate danger, but potential for critical failure if the tertiary loop activated under emergency conditions. Recommend immediate replacement rather than continued monitoring. Patel examined the scanner images, his expression grave. Agreed. This is why we do these checks. He activated his communication device. Rodriguez, bring replacement regulator TR17 from emergency inventory. Priority maintenance situation. As they waited for Rodriguez to retrieve the replacement part, Patel turned to James. Good work identifying the fracture pattern, advisor. Those particular stress patterns can be difficult to spot if you don't know exactly what to look for. Thank you, sir, James acknowledged. We had a similar issue in Vault 101 last year, though in a different subsystem. The fracture pattern is distinctive once you've seen it. Senior technician Rodriguez arrived with the replacement component, and the team quickly prepared for the repair procedure. The tertiary coolant loop would need to be isolated, drained at the repair point, and the regulator replaced before restoring the system to operational status. Standard replacement protocol, Patel instructed. Chen, you'll lead the procedure. Reed, assist as needed. Zhang, monitor system parameters throughout. Safety Officer Moore will observe for radiation protocol compliance. What should have been a routine replacement procedure took an unexpected turn as they reached the critical phase. With the damaged regulator removed and the replacement prepared for installation, a sudden alarm blared from the central monitoring station. Primary coolant pump pressure dropping, came the urgent report from the technician monitoring the main reactor systems. Currently at 92% of normal and decreasing gradually. The atmosphere in the chamber shifted instantly from focused routine to alert readiness. A pressure drop in the primary coolant system required immediate attention. The reactor core depended on continuous cooling to prevent dangerous overheating. Chief Patel moved quickly to the main monitoring station, his experienced eyes scanning the data displays. Cause of pressure drop? Unknown, sir. All sensors on the primary loop show normal operation except the decreasing pressure, now at 90%. Anna exchanged a glance with James, both immediately understanding the complications this created. With the tertiary loop currently disabled for their repair, any failure in the primary loop would leave only the secondary system as backup, reducing the reactor's safety redundancy to dangerous levels. Continue with the tertiary loop repair, Patel decided after a moment's consideration. Priority completion. Rodriguez, take Henderson and begin diagnostic on the primary loop pressure loss. Chen, how long to complete your current procedure? 15 minutes standard time, sir. We can compress to 10 under urgent conditions, Anna replied, already mentally adjusting the procedure to increase efficiency without compromising safety. Make it 10, Patella ordered. We need that tertiary loop back online as insurance while we address the primary system issue. The maintenance team shifted into emergency efficiency mode, movements more precise, communication more concise, each action executed with heightened focus. Anna guided the replacement procedure with calm authority, James providing skilled assistance that suggested considerable hands-on experience with similar systems. Primary pressure now at 87% came the ongoing reports from the monitoring station. Rate of decrease appears constant at approximately 0.5% per minute. Anna completed the physical installation of the new regulator while James prepared the system for pressure testing. Wei monitored the connecting systems with intense concentration, alert for any indication of problems that might complicate their repair. Regulator physically secured, Anna reported. Beginning pressure integrity test before coolant restoration. The test equipment registered normal readings, confirming the replacement component was properly installed. With methodical precision, the team began restoring coolant to the tertiary loop, carefully monitoring pressure levels to ensure the system came back online without complication. Tertiary loop pressure stabilizing at normal levels, Wei confirmed as the final valve adjustments were completed. System returning to standby status. All monitoring parameters normal. Good work, Patel acknowledged from the main station, where his attention remained focused on the primary loop issue. Tertiary system is back to full operational capacity. Now join Rodriguez's team on the primary system diagnosis. Anna secured the last access panel and collected their tools efficiently. Advisor Reed, your assistance was valuable. That was considerably faster than our standard replacement time. Teamwork, James replied simply, and motivation. Nothing focuses the mind quite like a reactor cooling system issue. They moved quickly to join the team now gathered around the primary coolant system control station. The pressure readings had continued their gradual decline, now showing 82% of normal operating levels. Concerning, but not yet reaching critical thresholds that would trigger automated safety protocols. We've traced the issue to the main intake assembly, Rodriguez reported as they arrived. Pressure loss is occurring somewhere between the reservoir and the primary circulation pumps, but we haven't pinpointed the exact location. The intake filter assembly, James suggested immediately. If it's partially obstructed, it would create exactly this pattern of gradual pressure loss. Chief Patel considered this possibility. The filters were replaced during last month's maintenance cycle. They shouldn't be obstructed this quickly. Unless there's contamination in the reservoir itself, Anna added, the pieces falling into place in her mind. Something could have degraded and entered the filtration system since the last inspection. Patel nodded grimly. We need visual confirmation. Chen, Reed, take the maintenance access shaft to the primary intake chamber. Full radiation protocols. The shielding is thinner in that section. The intake chamber was rarely accessed outside major maintenance operations due to its proximity to high radiation areas. Anna and James quickly donned additional protective gear, thicker gloves, supplemental radiation badges, and specialized filtering masks designed to prevent inhalation of potentially contaminated particles. The maintenance shaft was narrow, requiring them to move in single file through the confined space. Emergency lighting cast harsh shadows, creating an atmosphere that would have seemed ominous if not for the focused technical mindset both maintained. The background radiation levels increased as they approached the intake chamber, their badges gradually changing color to indicate higher exposure. Filters should be visible immediately to the left of the main valve assembly, Anna said as they reached the access point to the intake chamber. The chamber needs to be isolated and depressurized before we can open the inspection port. Working together, they executed the isolation procedure, closing valves that temporarily disconnected the chamber from the active cooling system. The reactor would continue operating on the coolant already circulating through the system while they investigated, making time a critical factor. Chamber isolated, beginning pressure relief, James confirmed, carefully opening the bleed valve that would allow them to access the internal components. A hissing sound filled the small space as pressure equalized, gradually diminishing until it fell silent. Anna unlocked the inspection port, its heavy metal cover requiring significant effort to swing open despite hydraulic assistance. The interior of the chamber became visible, illuminated by their handheld lights, and the source of the problem immediately apparent. There, James pointed, directing his light toward the massive filter assembly. A layer of crystalline deposits had formed across the filtration medium, creating a partial blockage that restricted coolant flow. Mineral precipitation. Significant accumulation. Anna examined the unusual formation carefully. This isn't normal sediment. The composition looks like chemical reaction products, something introduced to the coolant that's precipitating out at this stage of circulation. James reached carefully into the chamber with a collection tool, scraping a small sample of the crystalline material into a specimen container. We should get this analyzed, but first priority is clearing enough to restore normal pressure. Agreed. We can use the purge system to force most of it back into the reservoir, Anna suggested. It's not ideal, but it will clear the immediate blockage. Then we can implement a chemical treatment to dissolve the accumulation throughout the system. They worked methodically, manipulating the rarely used purge controls to create a reverse flow that cleared much of the crystalline buildup from the filtration system. As they worked, Anna contacted the main control station via their communication devices, reporting their findings and requesting preparation of the chemical treatment that would address the wider contamination issue. "Purge sequence complete," James announced after several tense minutes. "Visual inspection shows approximately 80% clearance of the obstruction. Should be sufficient to restore primary loop pressure to acceptable levels. Securing inspection port and preparing to restore normal flow configuration," Anna confirmed, already closing and sealing the heavy access cover. The procedure to return the intake chamber to normal operation required precise timing and coordination, which they executed with practiced efficiency, despite never having worked together before today. As the final valve was returned to operational position, Anna's communicator activated with Chief Patel's voice. "Chen, monitoring station shows primary coolant pressure beginning to recover, currently at 84% and rising slowly. Well done." "Thank you, sir. We've cleared the majority of the blockage, but the underlying issue requires attention. We're bringing a sample for analysis." "Acknowledged. Return to the main chamber. Technical team is preparing the chemical treatment based on your preliminary assessment." As they made their way back through the maintenance shaft, the physical tension that had accompanied the emergency began to ease, though professional focus remained. The reactor's gentle hum seemed to have returned to its normal register, the subtle variation that had indicated stress now replaced by the familiar sound that represented normal operation. Re-entering the main reactor chamber, they found the atmosphere had similarly returned to one controlled routine rather than urgent response. Technicians moved with purpose, but without the heightened intensity of an emergency situation. Chief Patel stood at the central monitoring station, observing the gradually improving coolant pressure readings with satisfaction. "Primary system pressure now at 92% and continuing to recover," he noted as Anna and James approached. "The chemical treatment is prepared for introduction once we confirm the nature of the contamination." The sample they had collected was quickly transferred to the analysis station, where Vault 42's sophisticated equipment could identify the composition of the mysterious deposits. Results appeared on the screen within minutes, confirming Anna's initial assessment. "Calcium phosphate crystallization," the technical specialist operating the equipment reported, "consistent with a reaction between the standard corrosion inhibitor and an unknown contaminant in the coolant reservoir." Chief Patel's expression darkened slightly. "The only way an unknown contaminant enters that system is through human error. We'll need to review the maintenance logs for the last additive introduction." He paused, then continued with his characteristic focus on immediate solutions rather than assigning blame. "The prepared treatment will dissolve the deposits effectively. Begin introduction through the designated injection ports." The final phase of the maintenance emergency involved carefully introducing the treatment chemicals into the coolant system, monitoring their distribution throughout the network of pipes and heat exchangers, and confirming the gradual dissolution of the problematic deposits. The process would continue for several hours, but the immediate crisis had passed. Primary coolant pressure had returned to 97% of normal levels, sufficient for safe operation while the treatment completed its work. As the maintenance team transitioned from emergency response back to their regularly scheduled tasks, Chief Patel gathered them for a brief debrief. "Today demonstrated why we maintain such rigorous maintenance protocols," he noted, his tone serious but with underlying approval. "The tertiary loop issue would have gone undetected without our scheduled diagnostics, and the primary system problem was addressed before reaching critical thresholds. Good work all around." He turned specifically to Anna and James. Specialist Chen, Advisor Reed. Your efficient management of both issues was exemplary. The cooperation between your different backgrounds and training proved particularly effective. The observation highlighted something Anna had noticed herself. Despite coming from different vaults with their own distinct maintenance cultures, she and James had worked together with remarkable synchronicity. Their shared technical knowledge had transcended the boundaries of their separate communities, creating an effective partnership in addressing both the planned maintenance and unexpected emergencies. As the team dispersed to complete their remaining tasks, Anna and James found themselves momentarily alone near the coolant monitoring station, where displays now showed all systems returning to normal parameters. That was impressive troubleshooting on the intake filter, Anna acknowledged. You identified the likely cause immediately. James smiled slightly. We had a similar issue in Vault 101 last year, though from a different cause. Experience helps, but your procedural discipline is remarkable. Vault 42's maintenance protocols are more comprehensive than ours in several areas. The exchange carried an underlying significance beyond the professional compliments. Representatives from two isolated communities discovering they had developed different but complementary approaches to maintaining the technology that kept their people alive. Knowledge that could be shared to benefit both. I think, Anna said thoughtfully, this exchange program might prove more valuable than either of our vaults anticipated. James nodded agreement. Different problems lead to different solutions. Sharing them multiplies our collective knowledge. He paused, then added with a hint of enthusiasm breaking through his professional demeanor. And beyond technical knowledge, there's so much our communities could learn from each other. Different social structures, educational approaches, cultural developments. The possibilities expanded in Anna's mind, not just reactor maintenance procedures being exchanged, but art, music, stories, philosophical perspectives that had evolved separately in isolated environments. The potential richness of such exchanges after generations of separation was almost overwhelming to contemplate. Their conversation was interrupted by Wei Jiang's approach, the young apprentice's expression showing both relief at the successful resolution of the day's challenges and lingering excitement about working with someone from outside their vault. Specialist Chen, Chief Patel says we can proceed with the output regular calibration now that the coolant systems are stabilized. He suggested Advisor Reed might have insights on the harmonic balancing technique. Anna nodded acknowledgement. We'll be right there. As Wei returned to the calibration station, she turned back to James. Duty calls, but perhaps during your month with us, we'll have time for more extensive discussions about life in Vault 101. I'd like that, James replied with evident sincerity. And perhaps someday, representatives from Vault 42 might visit us in return. The idea hung between them, a possibility that would have seemed unimaginable at the beginning of the day. The world had suddenly expanded beyond the sealed confines of a single vault, opening potential connections that might gradually extend further as more facilities established contact with one another. As they moved to join the team at the calibration station, the reactor continued its steady operation, the mechanical heart that sustained life within Vault 42 humming with renewed efficiency after their intervention. The day's events had demonstrated both the fragility of their technological lifeline and the strength that came from shared knowledge and cooperative effort. The remainder of the maintenance cycle proceeded without further incident, each scheduled task completed with methodical precision. By the time the team prepared to exit the reactor chamber, all systems showed optimal performance readings. Coolant pressure had fully normalized, and the chemical treatment was gradually eliminating the crystalline deposits throughout the system. In the antechamber, as they removed their protective equipment and underwent the standard radiation exposure check, Anna found herself viewing the familiar environment with subtly changed perspective. The sealed world of Vault 42, the only home she had ever known, now existed within a larger context. Somewhere above and beyond these walls were other vaults, other communities of survivors, other people maintaining their own versions of human civilization beneath the earth. Maintenance cycle complete, all systems nominal, Chief Patel announced formally, updating the official log. Excellent work today, especially given the unexpected complications. Standard debriefing tomorrow at 900. Dismissed. As the team dispersed, some heading to the communal dining area for a late meal, others to their quarters for rest after the extended shift, Anna found herself walking alongside James toward the elevator that would return them to the upper levels. "So," she said as the doors closed and the car began its ascent, "what would you like to see next in Vault 42? We have hydroponics, education, recreation." "Actually," James replied with a smile that suggested genuine interest rather than mere politeness, "I'd love to see your greenhouse section. I've heard it's quite remarkable." Anna returned the smile, thinking of the lush hydroponics bay where residents tended carefully cultivated plants, her own favorite place to spend quiet moments between duties. "The greenhouse it is. You'll be impressed by what our botanical team has accomplished with limited resources." As the elevator continued upward, carrying them from the reactor level where they had faced challenges together toward new areas of discovery and exchange, the constant hum of Vault 42's systems created a soothing backdrop to their conversation. The mechanical rhythm that Anna had never stopped hearing now carried new meaning, part of a larger symphony of human persistence, playing out in scattered underground sanctuaries, gradually finding ways to reconnect despite the devastation that had forced them apart. The doors opened onto the main level, where life continued its familiar patterns, residents moving between work assignments, sharing meals, teaching children, maintaining the community that had sustained itself for generations. But change had arrived in the form of a visitor from another world, carrying knowledge and perspectives that would inevitably transform Vault 42 in subtle but meaningful ways. Tomorrow would bring new duties, new discoveries, new connections between formerly isolated communities. For now, Anna would introduce James to the greenhouse, a place where life flourished in carefully controlled conditions, nurtured by human hands and technological support. Much like the Vault dwellers themselves, these plants represented adaptation and resilience, finding ways to thrive despite being separated from their natural environment. As they walked together toward the hydroponics section, the soft humming of the Vault systems continued its gentle background chorus, a sound that had always represented safety and continuity to Anna, but now carried additional harmonies of possibility, connection, and gradual renewal. While Anna guided James through the corridors of Vault 42 toward the hydroponics bay, elsewhere in the facility's agricultural section, Senior botanist Elena Morales noticed a concerning fluctuation in the water distribution system. Several rows of carefully tended vegetables were showing signs of stress as their irrigation diminished to a trickle. The precious plants, the Vault's source of fresh food and natural air filtration, would need immediate attention from someone with technical expertise to prevent their loss. As the new day dawned in the carefully controlled cycles of Vault life, our next tale of gentle problem-solving and community cooperation awaits in the verdant oasis hidden deep within the metal walls. Join us for Greenhouse Oasis. Anna Chen moved with practiced ease through the curved corridors of Vault 42, her footsteps creating a gentle rhythm against the metal flooring. The standard issue blue and yellow jumpsuit she wore was still crisp, despite the long hours spent in the reactor section earlier that day. After completing her shift handling the minor emergencies that had arisen during routine maintenance, she'd found herself drawn not to the communal dining area or her private quarters, but to her favorite place in the entire underground facility. The soft hum of the vault circulation system created a soothing backdrop as she walked, a constant white noise that had accompanied her throughout her entire life beneath the earth. Today it seemed especially comforting after the tense moments they'd experienced during the reactor coolant system repair. While the issues had been resolved without serious consequences, the focused intensity required had left her with a desire for peaceful surroundings where she could decompress. As she approached her destination, the corridor widened and the lighting shifted subtly. Standard utility illumination gave way to specialized growing lights that mimicked the spectrum of natural sunlight, a necessity for the precious space that lay ahead. A sign above the entrance read Hydroponics Bay Alpha in the distinctive Vault-Tec typography, though residents had long since taken to calling it simply the greenhouse. The pneumatic door slid open at her approach, and Anna took a deep breath as she stepped inside. The atmosphere changed immediately. Instead of the slightly metallic-tasting recycled air that filled most of the vault, here the air carried hints of moisture, soil, and growing things. The temperature was slightly warmer, the humidity noticeably higher, creating an environment that felt almost alive compared to the controlled sterility of most sections. Hydroponics Bay Alpha spanned an impressively large chamber, one of the few in the vault with a ceiling high enough to create a sense of openness. Row upon row of carefully tended plants grew in specialized containers, their vibrant green leaves a stark contrast to the predominant grays and blues of typical vault spaces. Sophisticated irrigation systems delivered carefully calibrated nutrient solutions to each growing station, while specialized lighting panels, suspended overhead, simulated the daily cycle of the sun long lost to most residents' direct experience. The bay was quieter now in the evening cycle, with most of the botanical staff having completed their daily tasks. A few dedicated researchers and hobbyists remained, tending to personal projects or monitoring ongoing experiments. This was precisely why Anna preferred visiting at this hour. The relative solitude allowed her to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere without navigating the bustle of the day shift. Senior botanist Elena Morales was still present, making notes on a tablet as she examined a section of experimental crops. At 64, Elena was among the oldest active specialists in the vault, with knowledge of plant cultivation that combined formal Vault-Tec protocols with decades of practical experience and innovation. Her silver hair was pulled back in a practical bun, and reading glasses perched on her nose as she focused intently on her observations. As Anna moved further into the greenhouse, Elena looked up from her work, a warm smile transforming her serious expression. Technical Specialist Chen, good evening. I was hoping you might visit tonight. You know me too well, Elena, Anna replied, returning the smile. After a day in the reactor level, I always seem to end up here. With good reason, Elena said, gesturing around at the greenery. It's the closest thing to the outside world most of us will ever experience. Good for the soul as well as the lungs. These beauties produce the cleanest oxygen in the entire vault. Anna moved to a nearby growing station where herbs flourished under carefully controlled conditions. She gently touched a leaf of mint, releasing its fresh scent into the air. How are the new seedlings doing? The ones from those experimental seeds? Eleanor's expression brightened with professional pride. Remarkably well, considering they were dormant for nearly 2 centuries before we attempted germination. Come see. She led Anna toward a separate section, cordoned off for special projects. Within a transparent growing chamber, delicate seedlings stretched toward the light, plants unlike the standard vault-approved varieties that made up most of their food production. We believe these may be heirloom tomatoes, Elena explained, adjusting the moisture settings on the chamber. Different from our standard hardy strain. If they continue developing successfully, they might introduce new genetic diversity into our food crops. Potentially better flavor too, though nutrition remains the priority. As they examined the promising new plants, a subtle change in the background sounds caught Anna's attention. The gentle gurgling of the irrigation system that normally created a soothing backdrop seemed to falter momentarily, a brief interruption in its steady rhythm. Eleanor noticed it too, her experienced ear similarly attuned to the greenhouse's mechanical heartbeat. "That's the third time today," she murmured, her expression shifting to concern. "There's something not quite right with the water distribution system in the West Quadrant." Anna immediately shifted from visitor to technical specialist, her professional interest engaged. "What symptoms have you noticed?" "Pressure fluctuations primarily. The flow meter readings show inconsistency, and several growing stations in rows 20 through 24 have received reduced irrigation during today's cycles." Elena led the way toward the affected area, moving with surprising quickness for her age. "I was actually hoping you might take a look. I've submitted a formal maintenance request, but given your speciality with fluid systems, I'd be happy to examine it," Anna offered, already scanning the visible components of the irrigation network that crisscrossed the ceiling above the growing stations. While her primary expertise was the reactor cooling systems, the principles of fluid dynamics applied equally to the greenhouse's irrigation, and the health of the vault's food supply was arguably as critical as reactor function. The West Quadrant contained primarily leafy greens and root vegetables, staples of the vault diet that provided essential nutrients difficult to synthesize artificially. Even to Anna's non-specialist eye, some of the plants showed signs of stress. Slightly wilted leaves and dry soil compared to similar stations in other sections. "These stations are all connected to distribution hub W3, Eleanor explained, pointing to a central junction where multiple pipes converged before branching out to individual growing stations. "The system is designed with redundancies, but this particular hub serves our most water-intensive crops." Anna studied the distribution hub, noting the digital flow meter that displayed current status. The reading fluctuated as she watched, dropping momentarily before partially recovering. Clearly abnormal behavior for a system designed for consistent delivery. "When did you first notice the issue?" she asked, already mentally cataloging potential causes based on similar fluid distribution problems she'd encountered in other systems. "Minor fluctuations began approximately 3 days ago," Eleanor replied, "initially so subtle that only the automated logging system caught them. The problem has progressively worsened, particularly during peak usage periods. Today was the first time it affected plant health noticeably." Anna knelt to examine the main connection point where the distribution hub linked to the vault's primary water system. No obvious leaks were visible, but a faint vibration could be felt when she placed her hand on the primary intake pipe. Another indication of irregular flow patterns. "I'd like to check the control system first," she decided. "The physical components seem intact from external examination. The issue could be in the regulation programming or sensor feedback." Elena led her to a maintenance terminal positioned discreetly among the growing stations, providing access to the greenhouse's environmental control systems. Anna logged in with her technical specialist credentials, gaining access to the detailed diagnostics not available to standard users. The irrigation system schematics appeared on screen, a complex network of pipes, pumps, and regulation mechanisms that distributed precisely measured amounts of water and nutrients to hundreds of growing stations. Anna navigated through the system architecture with practiced efficiency, locating the specific controls for the affected distribution hub. "Strange," she murmured, studying the diagnostic readings. "The system is detecting adequate pressure at the input stage, but the distribution protocols are intermittently reducing flow rates, as if responding to a shortage that doesn't actually exist." Eleanor looked over her shoulder at the display. Could it be a faulty sensor sending incorrect readings to the control system? Possibly, Anna acknowledged, continuing to navigate through diagnostic screens. Or a software error in the regulation algorithms. Let me check the recent maintenance logs. The logs revealed that a scheduled update to the irrigation control software had been implemented 4 days ago, just before the issues began. The update had been intended to improve water efficiency by fine-tuning distribution based on individual plant needs, but the timing suggested a potential connection to the current problem. "I think we've found our likely culprit," Anna said, indicating the log entry. "The software update may have introduced a bug affecting this particular distribution hub. The symptoms align with algorithmic errors I've seen in other systems." As they discussed the possibilities, a new figure entered the greenhouse. Technical advisor James Reed, the visitor from Vault 101 who had assisted Anna during the reactor maintenance earlier that day. He paused just inside the entrance, seemingly taken aback by the lush environment, his eyes widening as he took in the expansive greenery. Eleanor noticed him first. "It appears your colleague from the other vault has found his way here," she observed quietly. Anna turned to see James slowly moving forward into the greenhouse, his expression one of wonder as he observed the carefully cultivated plants. She raised a hand in greeting and he made his way toward them, careful not to disturb any of the growing stations as he navigated between rows. "This is incredible," he said as he joined them, genuine amazement in his voice. "Our hydroponics section in Vault 101 is maybe a quarter this size, with far less variety. You've created something truly special here." Elena straightened slightly with pride. 3 generations of botanical specialists building on each other's work, she explained, each adding refinements to both the environmental systems and the plant varieties themselves. "James, this is senior botanist Elena Morales," Anna introduced. "She's been overseeing our food production for longer than I've been alive." "Not quite that long," Elena corrected with a good-natured smile, "though sometimes it feels that way. A pleasure to meet you, Advisor Reed. I understand you're our first visitor from another vault." "The honor is mine," James replied respectfully. "I've been hoping to see this section since I arrived. Anna mentioned it was impressive, but words don't do it justice." He gestured to the terminal they had been examining. "Though it seems I've arrived during some technical issues. A problem with the irrigation system in this quadrant," Anna explained, grateful for his timely arrival given his demonstrated technical capabilities during the reactor maintenance. "Fluctuating water pressure affecting some of our critical food crops. We've traced it to potential software issues following a recent update." James's expression shifted from tourist to technical advisor. "Mind if I take a look? We had similar challenges with our water distribution system last year after implementing efficiency protocols." With Anna's agreement, James joined her at the terminal, quickly familiarizing himself with Vault 42's particular implementation of the irrigation control systems. Despite differences in interface design, the underlying principles were similar enough for his experience to be relevant. "The error pattern looks familiar," he noted after studying the diagnostic data. "In our case, the control algorithm was misinterpreting feedback from pressure sensors, creating a cascading compensation effect. The system essentially tried to solve a problem that didn't exist, making things progressively worse. This assessment aligned with Anna's initial theory, adding credibility through the parallel experience from another vault. The question is whether we can isolate and correct the software issue, or if we need to revert to the previous version entirely, she mused, considering the options. A targeted patch would be preferable, James suggested. The efficiency improvements in the update are valuable if we can correct the specific malfunction without losing those benefits. Elena had been listening to their technical discussion with the patience of someone who understood the importance of proper analysis before action. Now she interjected with the perspective of the botanical specialist whose plants were at risk. Whatever the solution, we need to implement it soon. These plants can tolerate reduced water for a short period, but extended stress will affect yield and nutritional value. Agreed, Anna said, making a decision. Let's try to isolate the affected code section first. If we can identify the specific error, a targeted correction should be possible. In the meantime, we should implement a temporary bypass to ensure consistent water delivery to the affected stations. The three of them developed a plan combining immediate action with longer-term resolution. James would work on analyzing the software to identify the specific error. Anna would implement a manual bypass to restore proper water flow immediately, and Elena would assess the affected plants to determine if any required special attention to recover from the stress they had experienced. Anna moved to the physical distribution hub, opening the access panel that revealed the manual controls normally used only during maintenance operations. These controls would allow her to override the automated system temporarily, ensuring consistent water delivery while they addressed the underlying software issue. The manual bypass is relatively straightforward, she explained as she adjusted the physical controls. It won't have the efficiency of the automated system, but it will deliver consistent water volume to all stations on this distribution hub. As she worked, Elena moved among the affected plants, gently examining leaves and testing soil moisture levels. Most should recover quickly once proper irrigation is restored, she reported. A few of the more sensitive varieties might need supplemental care, but I don't anticipate any significant crop loss if we resolve this promptly. At the terminal, James had made progress identifying the problematic code section. I've isolated the issue, he announced after several minutes of focused work. It's in the feedback loop that monitors pressure differentials across distribution nodes. The new algorithm is applying an incorrect calibration factor to sensor readings from this specific hub type. Can you correct it without disrupting the entire system? Anna asked, having completed the manual bypass implementation. Water was now flowing properly to the affected growing stations, though at a slightly higher consumption rate than the optimized automated system would use. I believe so, James replied, already typing commands to access the specific code section. The error is contained within a single module that handles this particular sensor configuration. We can modify the calibration parameters without touching the rest of the system. Improvements. Working together, they developed a patch that would correct the specific error while preserving the beneficial aspects of the recent update. The process required careful testing using the system's simulation capabilities before implementing the change on the live environment. Standard protocol for modifications to critical infrastructure. As they worked, Elena brought them cups of herbal tea prepared from greenhouse-grown mint and chamomile. Technical work proceeds better with proper hydration, she noted with a smile, setting the steaming cups on a small table near the terminal. And unlike you two, my plants can't fix their own water supply. They depend entirely on your success. The gentle reminder of what was at stake, not just technical systems, but living organisms that in turn supported human life, added purpose to their efforts. The greenhouse represented one of the most direct connections between technological infrastructure and biological necessity, the place where mechanical systems directly interfaced with the natural processes that sustained the vault dwellers. After nearly an hour of careful work and testing, they were ready to implement the solution. The patch had been validated in simulation, showing proper response to various input conditions without triggering the erroneous behavior that had caused the water distribution problems. We'll need to temporarily disconnect the manual bypass and return control to the automated system, Anna explained their implementation plan. There may be a brief interruption in water flow, but it should be minimal. Elena nodded understanding. The plants can handle a short interruption. I'll monitor their response as you make the transition. The implementation process required precise timing and coordination. Anna returned to the physical distribution hub, prepared to restore automated control once James applied the software patch from the terminal. They used their communication devices to synchronize their actions, ensuring minimal disruption to the water flow. Patch uploaded and compiled, James reported. Ready to initialize when you are. Manual bypass disengaging in 3, 2, 1. Anna carefully adjusted the physical controls, returning the system to its normal configuration, where software directives would control water distribution. For a brief moment, the flow indicators dropped to 0 as the system transitioned, then began to rise again as the automated controls resumed operation. At the terminal, James monitored the system response closely, watching for any signs of the previous erratic behavior. Initial readings show normal operation. The calibration correction appears to be functioning as intended. Eleanor moved between growing stations, checking moisture sensors and examining plants for signs of stress. Water delivery appears consistent across all stations, she confirmed. The distribution pattern looks normal again. They continued monitoring for several more minutes, verifying that the system maintained proper operation under various demand conditions. The flow meter readings remained steady, and the pressure fluctuations that had characterized the malfunction were absent. I think we can consider this resolved, Anna concluded finally, satisfaction evident in her voice. The patch is functioning correctly and water distribution has returned to optimal parameters. James nodded agreement. The efficiency improvements from the update are now operating properly as well. Your plants should receive precisely calibrated amounts based on individual needs, actually improving resource utilization compared to the previous system version. Eleanor's expression showed both gratitude and professional appreciation for their work. Technical excellence in service of biological necessity, the perfect synthesis that keeps our vault thriving. She gestured to the plants around them, already seeming more vibrant as proper hydration was restored. These are not merely crops, but the foundation of our continued existence. Your prompt response may have prevented significant impact to our food supply. The crisis resolved, they took a moment to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere of the greenhouse, a well-earned respite after the focused technical work. The gentle sounds of water flowing properly through the irrigation system created a soothing background once again, reinforcing the sense of natural harmony that made this place so special within the predominantly mechanical environment of the vault. Would you like a tour now that the emergency is addressed? Elena offered to James. There are several unique cultivation projects that might interest someone from another vault environment. I'd appreciate that very much, James replied enthusiastically, especially your advanced hydroponic systems. They're significantly more sophisticated than what we've developed in Vault 101. As Elena began showing James around the various specialized growing areas, Anna found herself drawn to her favorite section. A small meditation garden created in one corner of the greenhouse. Unlike the production-focused growing stations that occupied most of the space, this area had been designed specifically for mental well-being. A small circular arrangement of particularly fragrant plants surrounded a simple bench, creating a peaceful nook where residents could briefly immerse themselves in nature. Anna sat on the bench, taking a deep breath of the herb-scented air. After the technical intensity of both the reactor maintenance earlier and now the irrigation system repair, the simple pleasure of being surrounded by living plants provided a perfect counterbalance. The soft lighting in this section simulated early evening, creating a gentle ambience that encouraged relaxation. From her peaceful vantage point, she watched as Elena guided James through the greenhouse, the senior botanist gesturing animatedly as she explained various specialized growing techniques they had developed. James listened with evident fascination, occasionally asking questions that suggested both technical knowledge and genuine appreciation for the botanical achievements on display. "This section contains our medicinal plants," Elena explained as they passed a carefully maintained area where various herbs grew in specially monitored conditions. "We've cultivated strains with enhanced production of compounds useful for treating common ailments, pain relief, sleep aids, anti-inflammatory agents. The medical staff prepares extracts and tinctures from these plants, reducing our reliance on synthesized pharmaceuticals." James examined the plants with interest, noting the careful labeling and monitoring equipment attached to each growing station. "Brilliant adaptation. We've attempted similar cultivation in Vault 1 and 1, but with limited success due to our more constrained growing space." Their tour continued, with Eleanor proudly showcasing the diverse botanical achievements: fruit-bearing plants trained to grow in compact configurations, experimental grain varieties developed for enhanced nutrition, even decorative flowers cultivated not just for beauty, but for their psychological benefits. 2 Vault residents. After completing their circuit of the greenhouse, Elena and James rejoined Anna at the meditation garden, both carrying samples of fresh mint leaves that Elena had harvested during their tour. "Your colleague has an impressive understanding of botanical principles for someone with a primarily technical background," Elena commented as they joined Anna, "and quite a few interesting insights from Vault 101, different approaches to hydroponic cultivation. We've had to be creative with limited growing space," James explained modestly. "When your food production area is constrained, you develop some unconventional solutions, which is precisely why these exchange programs could be so valuable," Elena said thoughtfully. "Different environments create different innovation paths. By sharing our developments, both vaults benefit from parallel but distinct problem-solving approaches." The concept resonated with Anna, the same principles she had observed during their collaborative work on the reactor maintenance. Perhaps this was the greatest potential value in connecting previously isolated vaults, not merely emotional comfort in knowing other communities had survived, but practical advancement through shared knowledge and diverse perspectives. As they discussed these possibilities, a gentle chime sounded throughout the greenhouse, signaling the beginning of the night cycle. The specialized lighting began a gradual transition to the lower intensity and shifted spectrum that simulated evening for the plants, many of which required proper day-night cycles to develop correctly. "We should probably head out," Anna suggested, rising from the bench. "The night shift botanical team will be arriving soon to monitor the overnight processes." Eleanor nodded agreement. "And these old bones need rest before tomorrow's germination procedures." She reached into a pocket of her lab coat and produced 2 small packets, handing one each to Anna and James. "Mint seeds from our latest hardy strain, perfect for personal growing stations. Consider it a thank you for your assistance with our irrigation issue." They accepted the gifts with genuine appreciation, In the resource-conscious environment of a vault, such personal gifts represented significant generosity. Seeds capable of producing plants were particularly valuable, representing both practical resource potential and the symbolic continuation of life. "Thank you," Anna said, carefully tucking the packet into a secure pocket of her jumpsuit. "These will do well in my quarter's growing station." "I'll treasure these," James added, his expression suggesting the gift's significance was not lost on him, "and share the results with our botanical team when I return to Vault 101. They made their way toward the exit, moving through growing stations now bathed in the softer illumination of the simulated evening. The atmosphere had shifted subtly, the greenhouse taking on an almost mystical quality in the dimmed lighting that emphasized the gentle movement of leaves in the artificial air currents. "Thank you for allowing me to experience this," James said to Elena as they neared the door, "and for sharing your botanical innovations so openly. I'll have much to report back to our agricultural specialists when I return to Vault 101. "Knowledge should flow like water," Elena replied with the serene wisdom of someone who had spent decades nurturing growth. "Contained, it stagnates. Shared, it nourishes new possibilities." She turned to Anna. "And thank you, Specialist Chen, for your prompt attention to our irrigation issue. I'll update the maintenance logs to reflect the resolution." After bidding Elena good night, Anna and James exited the greenhouse, returning to the standard vault corridor with its utilitarian lighting and recycled air. The contrast was always jarring to Anna, stepping from the living atmosphere of the greenhouse back into the predominantly mechanical environment that comprised most of the vault. "That was truly remarkable," James said as they walked together toward the residential section. "I knew Vault 42 had an extensive agricultural program from the technical specifications I studied before arriving, but experiencing it firsthand is something entirely different. The greenhouse has always been my favorite place in the vault," Anna acknowledged, "especially after long shifts working with mechanical systems. There's something restorative about being surrounded by living things instead of machinery." James nodded understanding. "We have small growing areas scattered throughout Vault 101 rather than one central facility. The decentralized approach has advantages for resource distribution, but it lacks the psychological impact of entering a space like that. The sense of connection to something beyond human construction." Their conversation continued as they navigated the corridors, discussing the different approaches their respective vaults had taken to similar challenges. Despite coming from communities that had developed in isolation for generations, they found numerous points of connection: shared technical challenges, common human needs, parallel innovations developed independently. When they reached the junction where their paths would diverge, Anna toward her quarters in the technical staff residential area, James to the visitor accommodation section, they paused. "Thank you for including me in the irrigation system work," James said. "I know you could have handled it yourself, but the opportunity to see how Vault 42 approaches these challenges is invaluable for the exchange program's goals. Your experience with the similar issue in Vault 101 made the resolution faster," Anna pointed out practically. "That's exactly why these exchanges make sense. Parallel experience creating more efficient solutions." She hesitated, then added, "Would you be interested in joining me for breakfast tomorrow? The communal dining area serves a special herb frittata on Thursdays, using fresh ingredients from the greenhouse. It's worth experiencing." "I'd like that," James replied with evident sincerity. "Perhaps you could tell me more about the Vault's radio communication systems. I noticed the equipment when I passed the communications section earlier today." The mention of the radio system sparked Anna's interest. While not her primary specialty, she had assisted with maintenance on the communication equipment occasionally and found the technology fascinating. "That can certainly be arranged. The communication officer usually runs tests during the morning shift. We might be able to observe, if you're interested." They agreed on a time to meet the following morning, then parted ways, each heading to their respective quarters as the vault's lighting gradually dimmed in accordance with the programmed night cycle. The day had been filled with technical challenges from the reactor maintenance to the irrigation system repair, but had ended with a peaceful interlude in the greenhouse, a fitting balance of duty and restoration. In her quarters, Anna completed her evening routine with the practiced efficiency of long habit, recording her work activities in her personal log, reviewing the next day's scheduled duties, preparing her jumpsuit for morning. As she settled into bed, her thoughts drifted between the technical puzzles she had solved and the new perspectives gained from interactions with James, the visitor who had unexpectedly expanded her understanding of the world beyond Vault 42's sealed environment. Sleep came easily, her mind relaxed by the lingering memory of the greenhouse's peaceful atmosphere. The gentle sounds of water flowing through irrigation systems now functioning properly, the subtle fragrance of herbs and flowers, the visual harmony of thriving plants reaching toward artificial light. As consciousness faded, the mechanical hum of the vault systems that had accompanied her entire life seemed to blend with these natural elements, creating a soothing lullaby that carried her into dreams. While Anna slept peacefully after resolving the greenhouse's irrigation issues, elsewhere in Vault 42, Communication Officer Lisa Torres made final adjustments to the radio equipment during the night shift. As she conducted routine frequency scans, something unexpected caught her attention. Beneath the static, faint music seemed to be coming through on an old frequency band. Adjusting dials with practiced precision, Torres leaned closer to her console as the haunting melody of a pre-war song gradually emerged from the background noise. Our next tale waits among the glowing dials and midnight broadcasts of Vault 42's communication center. Join us for Vault Radio Night. Morning in Vault 42 arrived as it always did. Not with sunlight streaming through windows, but with the gradual brightening of the artificial lighting system programmed to mimic the natural cycles of day and night. Anna Chen woke to this simulated dawn, the soft illumination in her quarters increasing steadily until it reached standard daytime levels. The familiar mechanical hum that permeated every corner of the vault continued its constant rhythm, a technological lullaby that had accompanied her entire life beneath the earth. She rose and began her morning routine with practiced efficiency, her movements guided by the habits formed through years of life in the structured environment of the vault. A quick shower with precisely rationed water, a series of stretching exercises designed by the vault's medical staff to offset the physical effects of underground living, and the donning of her standard issue blue and yellow jumpsuit, freshly cleaned and waiting in her storage unit. As she secured the jumpsuit's fastenings, Anna's thoughts turned to the events of the previous day, the successful resolution of the irrigation issue in the greenhouse, the fascinating tour of the botanical innovations with Elena, and, most prominently, her growing interactions with James Reed, the visitor from Vault 11. Their shared technical problem-solving had created a connection that transcended their different origins, suggesting possibilities for knowledge exchange that could benefit both their communities. Remembering her agreement to meet James for breakfast and potentially visit the communications section afterward, Anna checked the time on her Pip-Boy. She had allowed herself to wake slightly earlier than usual, providing ample time to prepare for what promised to be an interesting day. The prospect of showing James the radio equipment stirred genuine enthusiasm. While not her primary specialty, the communication systems had always fascinated her, representing one of the Vault's few designed connections to the world beyond their sealed environment. Anna left her quarters and made her way through the gradually awakening vault. The morning shift was already underway, with essential personnel moving purposefully toward their duty stations, while others headed to the communal dining area for breakfast. She exchanged brief greetings with fellow residents as she passed, the social fabric of the closed community maintained through these small daily interactions. The dining area was moderately busy when she arrived, the morning meal being one of the 3 primary gathering times that structured Vault's social life. The space was designed for efficiency rather than luxury, but generations of residents had added humanizing touches, hand-painted murals depicting idealized landscapes, crafted decorations marking seasonal celebrations, personal items that transformed institutional spaces into community gathering points. James was already there, seated at a small table near the service counter, a cup of the Vault's synthetic coffee substitute steaming before him. He looked up as Anna approached, his expression brightening with recognition. "Good morning," she greeted, settling into the chair opposite him. "I see you've gone for the coffee substitute again. Developing a taste for it?" James smiled ruefully, trying to at least. "Our version in Vault 101 has a slightly different formula, less bitter but with an unfortunate metallic aftertaste. This one's actually an improvement, believe it or not." "I've never known anything else," Anna admitted, signaling to a dining attendant for her own cup. "Though I sometimes wonder what real coffee tasted like before the war. The historical records describe it in almost reverential terms." As they talked, their breakfast arrived. The promised herb frittata made with fresh ingredients from the greenhouse, accompanied by a small portion of synthesized protein shaped and flavored to approximate pre-war bacon. The frittata lived up to Anna's recommendation, the fresh herbs providing a complexity of flavor rarely found in standard Vault cuisine. Their conversation flowed easily through the meal, ranging from technical comparisons of their respective Vault's infrastructure to more personal exchanges about daily life in their separate underground communities. Despite the generations of isolation that had allowed distinct cultural practices to develop, the commonalities of Vault existence provided a shared foundation for understanding. "You mentioned the communication systems yesterday," James said as they finished their meal. "Is that still possible to arrange? I'd be particularly interested in seeing your broadcast capabilities. Vault 101's equipment is primarily focused on receiving rather than transmitting." "Definitely," Anna confirmed. "Communications Officer Torres usually runs standard equipment checks during the morning shift. If we head there now, we should be able to observe without disrupting their routine operations." After clearing their dining trays, they exited the communal area and made their way through Vault corridors toward the communication section. As they walked, Anna provided context about this specialized department. The communication center was designed with more extensive capabilities than most vaults, according to our historical records, she explained. Vault 42 was apparently designated as a potential coordination hub if multiple facilities needed to re-establish contact after sufficient time had passed following the nuclear event. "Interesting strategic choice," James noted. "Creating a hierarchy of communication capabilities rather than uniform distribution. Vault 101's equipment is much more basic, primarily monitoring devices with limited transmission range." They reached a security checkpoint that controlled access to the communications section, where Anna presented her technical specialist credentials. After verification of her clearance level and confirmation of James's visitor status, they were granted entry to the secured area. The communication center was smaller than the reactor control room, but packed with sophisticated equipment. Monitoring stations displayed readings from external sensors that measured radiation levels, atmospheric conditions, and other environmental factors outside the sealed vault. A separate section housed the radio broadcasting equipment, transmitters, receivers, and an array of specialized components designed to enable contact with other facilities or potential survivors on the surface. Communications officer Lisa Torres was at the main console, focused on what appeared to be a standard diagnostic sequence. In her mid-30s, Torres had the attentive expression of someone deeply engaged with technical systems, her fingers moving efficiently across controls as she monitored response patterns on several displays simultaneously. She looked up as they entered, her professional demeanor briefly softening with recognition. Specialist Chen, good morning. And Advisor Reed, correct? I've heard about our visitor from Vault 101. Anna made proper introductions, explaining their interest in observing the communication system's operations. Torres seemed amenable to their presence, gesturing toward an adjacent workstation, where they could observe without interfering with her current tasks. You're just in time for the morning broadcast test, she informed them, returning her attention to the equipment preparation. We transmit a standard identification signal daily at 900 hours. Part of the original Vault-Tec protocol, maintained for consistency even though we've never received a response in all the years of operation. This revelation caught Anna's attention. Despite her occasional assistance with maintenance on the communication equipment, she had never been present during the daily broadcast. The concept that Vault 42 had been regularly announcing its existence to the outside world, even without response, added another dimension to her understanding of their relationship to whatever remained beyond their sealed environment. Torres continued her preparations, explaining the process as she worked. The broadcast uses a specialized frequency designated in the original Vault-Tec communication protocols. It's a simple packet, our identification code, location coordinates, encoded in a standardized format, and a basic status indicator confirming continued operation. Do you ever transmit more detailed information? James asked, studying the equipment with evident interest. Not as part of the standard protocol, Torres replied, adjusting several settings with practiced precision. The broadcast is designed simply to establish our continued existence, not to share specific data about our internal conditions. Security considerations primarily. As they observed, Torres initiated the transmission sequence, the equipment humming to life with increased energy. Indicators on the control panel shifted from standby to active status, and a display showed the outgoing signal's waveform, a specific pattern that represented Vault 42's identity in the electromagnetic spectrum. Transmission complete, Torres announced after a brief period. Standard acknowledgement window now open for 15 minutes, though as I mentioned, we've never received a response. Anna and James watched as Torres monitored the receiver equipment during this window, various displays showing nothing but the background static and occasional atmospheric interference typical of radio operation. Despite the expected lack of response, Torres maintained her focus throughout the designated period, checking different frequency bands and signal processing configurations with thorough professionalism. When the acknowledgement window closed without incident, Torres shifted to her next scheduled task, a comprehensive system diagnostic that would verify all components were functioning within established parameters. As she worked, she explained various aspects of the equipment to her visitors, particularly the specialized modifications that had been implemented over the years to maintain operational capability despite the aging of original components. The most significant challenge is the maintenance of the external antenna array, she noted, bringing up a schematic on one of the displays. It's exposed to whatever conditions exist on the surface: radiation, weather extremes, potential physical damage from unknown factors. We haven't been able to conduct direct inspection or repairs since the initial sealing of the vault. How do you compensate for potential degradation? James asked, his technical interest clearly engaged. Adaptive signal processing primarily, Torres explained, showing them the relevant systems. The equipment continuously adjusts transmission parameters based on feedback measurements, compensating for changes in the antenna characteristics. We've also implemented redundancy in the critical components. If sections of the array fail, the system automatically reconfigures to utilize the remaining functional elements. The technical discussion continued, with both Anna and James asking questions that revealed their respective backgrounds and knowledge bases. Torres seemed to appreciate their genuine interest, sharing details about the communication systems that went beyond standard briefings. As they talked, Torres moved through her scheduled diagnostic procedures, the equipment responding normally to each test sequence. The routine appeared to be reaching its conclusion when something unexpected occurred. A small indicator light on one of the secondary monitoring panels began flashing, accompanied by a soft but distinct alert tone. Torres immediately shifted her attention to this panel, her expression changing from routine focus to intense concentration. "That's unusual," she murmured, adjusting several controls to bring additional information to the main display. "We're detecting an anomalous signal on one of the monitored frequency bands." The display showed a waveform analysis of the detected signal, irregular pulses that appeared structured rather than random, though the pattern wasn't immediately obvious to Anna's untrained eye. The signal was faint, barely distinguishable from the background noise that filled most frequency bands. "Is it an automated transmission or potentially intentional communication?" James asked, leaning closer to study the display. "Difficult to determine at this signal strength," Torres replied, already implementing enhancement protocols to clarify the reception. "It's definitely artificial rather than natural interference, but whether it's a deliberate broadcast or some pre-war automated system that somehow remained operational is unclear," Anna observed with growing interest, as Torres worked to isolate and enhance the mysterious signal. The communication officer's fingers moved across the controls with practiced efficiency, applying various filtering algorithms and signal processing techniques to extract more information from the faint transmission. "The pattern is repeating," Torres noted after several minutes of analysis. "Approximately every 67 seconds, the same sequence recurs. That suggests an automated system rather than live broadcasts, but the content remains unclear." James studied the enhanced waveform with evident fascination. "The signal characteristics are similar to old analog music broadcasts, though significantly degraded. Could it be an automated entertainment system that somehow remained operational?" Torres considered this possibility, adjusting the equipment to apply specialized processing designed for audio reconstruction. "Let's see if we can extract any audible content." She routed the process signal to the communication center's speaker system, keeping the volume low to avoid disrupting other operations. At first, only static emerged, but as Torres continued refining the filtering parameters, something else gradually became perceptible beneath the noise. Faint but unmistakable musical notes. Fragments of melody, partially obscured by interference, but definitely recognizable as intentional composition. "It is music," Anna said with wonder, listening to the ghostly sounds emerging from the speakers. "From before the war, presumably?" Torres nodded, continuing to adjust the reception parameters to clarify the audio further. "Likely from an automated broadcast system that somehow maintained power all these years, perhaps solar-powered or connected to some other long-term energy source that's partially functional." As they listened, the music became slightly more distinct. A melancholy melody played on what might have been a piano, accompanied by string instruments. The recording quality degraded by time and transmission limitations, but the emotional impact somehow preserved through these barriers. "I recognize this," James said suddenly, his expression one of surprised recognition. "It's Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven. We have recordings in Vault 101, his music library, preserved from before the war." The revelation that they were hearing an actual piece of pre-war culture, transmitted from some unknown source in the devastated world above, created a moment of shared wonder. This wasn't merely a technical curiosity, but a tangible connection to the civilization that had existed before nuclear devastation transformed the world. Art somehow persisting despite the collapse of the society that had created it. "Can we determine the transmission source?" Anna asked, her curiosity thoroughly engaged by this unexpected discovery. Torres was already working on this, correlating signal strength measurements across different receiver configurations to triangulate the broadcast origin, only approximately given our limited sensor array. But based on signal characteristics and comparative strength readings, it appears to be coming from somewhere in the northwest quadrant, perhaps 50 to 80 kilometers from our position. This information added another layer of significance to the discovery. Not only was this a transmission from the world above, but it originated from a specific location potentially within reach of future exploration, if such expeditions were ever authorized by Vault leadership. "Should we report this to the Overseer?" Anna asked, considering the proper protocol for such an unusual situation. "Yes, though I don't want to overstate its significance," Torres replied thoughtfully. "It's fascinating, certainly, but likely just an automated system rather than evidence of organized human activity on the surface. I'll document everything and prepare a formal report for her review." As Torres continued monitoring and recording the mysterious broadcast, a new idea began forming in Anna's mind, one inspired by both the ghostly music reaching them from the outside world and her conversations with James about the different communication capabilities of their respective vaults. "Officer Torres," she began tentatively, "Vault 42 has internal broadcasting capabilities for announcements and information sharing, correct?" "Yes, through the public address system," Torres confirmed, still focused on documenting the external signal. "Used primarily for official communications from the Overseer's office or emergency notifications. Has it ever been used for entertainment purposes? Cultural programming, perhaps?" Anna's question seemed to surprise Torres, who looked up from her work with raised eyebrows. "Not to my knowledge. The PA system is considered an official communication channel, not a recreational resource." Her expression shifted to curiosity. "Why do you ask?" Anna glanced at James, then back to Torres. "I was just thinking. We have a library of pre-war music recordings in the Cultural Preservation Archives, and educational materials, historical documentaries, even some entertainment programs from before the war. What if we created a regular broadcast for Vault residents? An evening program of music, perhaps some historical context about the pieces or the composers. Something to connect people with the cultural heritage that's been preserved, but rarely experienced." The suggestion hung in the air for a moment, Torres considering it with evident surprise at this unconventional proposal. "That would be unprecedented. The communication resources have always been strictly utilitarian in purpose, but technically feasible," Anna pressed gently. "Absolutely feasible," Torres confirmed. "The internal broadcasting system could easily transmit audio content throughout the residential sections. It would require minimal power usage and no modification of existing equipment." She paused, then added, "It would need Overseer approval, of course, and someone would have to manage the content selection and presentation." "What about during evening hours?" James suggested, warming to Anna's idea. "When most technical operations are reduced and residents are in their quarters or communal spaces." It could provide a shared cultural experience without disrupting daily functions. Torres seemed increasingly intrigued by the concept, her initial surprise giving way to thoughtful consideration. I could prepare a proposal outlining the technical parameters and resource requirements. Minimal, really. Mostly just scheduled operator time and access to the cultural archives. She looked at Anna curiously. Would you be willing to help develop this proposal? Your technical background would be valuable in addressing any concerns about system utilization. I'd be happy to, Anna agreed, somewhat surprised but pleased by Torres's positive response to what had been a spontaneous suggestion. And perhaps James could contribute information about how Vault 101 uses cultural resources. A comparative perspective might strengthen the proposal. James nodded agreement. We have a modest music broadcast program during evening hours in Vault 101. Nothing elaborate, but residents have responded very positively. I could provide data on its impact, on community cohesion metrics. Their discussion continued, the idea gaining definition and structure as they considered various implementation aspects. What had begun as a fleeting inspiration prompted by the mysterious external broadcast was evolving into a concrete proposal that could potentially enrich the cultural life of Vault 42's residents. As they talked, Torres maintained her monitoring of the external music transmission, which continued its haunting melody, a poignant soundtrack to their planning for a new initiative that would bring similar artistic experiences to the Vault community. The coincidental timing seemed almost meaningful, as though the ghostly broadcast from the world above had arrived precisely when needed to inspire this internal innovation. Eventually, the external signal began to fade, its already tenuous connection growing weaker until it disappeared entirely beneath the background static. Torres completed her documentation of the phenomenon, preserving both the raw signal data and the enhanced audio reconstruction for her report to the overseer. Signal loss could be due to numerous factors, she explained as she finalized the recordings. Atmospheric conditions changing, power fluctuations at the source, even directional shifts if the transmission system is affected by external forces like wind. We'll continue monitoring that frequency band during standard scans, see if it returns at a similar time tomorrow. With the immediate technical tasks completed, their conversation returned to the internal broadcast proposal. Torres brought up a schematic of the Vault's PA system on one of the displays, showing the control interfaces and distribution network that covered all inhabited sections. The system was designed with considerable flexibility, she explained. Each residential section can be addressed independently or as part of a unified broadcast. We could potentially implement an opt-in approach. Residents who don't wish to participate could simply deactivate their section's receivers during scheduled program times. That would address any concerns about disruption to those who prefer quiet evenings, Anna noted approvingly. And perhaps we could start with a limited trial, one evening per week initially, to gauge resident interest and refine the programming approach before expanding. James contributed insights from Vault 101's experience. We found that shorter programs with varied content were most effective at maintaining interest, music interspersed with historical context or interesting facts about the composers, occasionally supplemented with brief educational segments about topics of general interest. Their planning continued with increasing enthusiasm, all three contributing ideas that shaped the proposal. Torres focused on the technical implementation, Anna on integration with existing Vault schedules and resource allocation, and James on content structure and community engagement strategies proven successful in his home Vault. I think we have the foundations of a solid proposal, Torres said eventually, reviewing the notes they had compiled. I'll format this properly and submit it through official channels to the overseer's office. Given that it requires minimal resource allocation and offers potential benefits for community well-being, I'm cautiously optimistic about approval. How long might the review process take? Anna asked, surprised by her own eagerness to see this spontaneous idea become reality. Standard protocol for non-critical proposals is typically 1 to 2 weeks, Torres replied, though this is somewhat unusual in nature, which might prompt either expedited interest or additional scrutiny, depending on the overseer's perspective. With their planning completed for the moment, Torres returned to her scheduled duties, thanking them for their assistance with the mysterious broadcast analysis and their contributions to the programming proposal. Anna and James prepared to leave the communications center, both feeling a sense of accomplishment at the unexpected developments of what had been intended as a simple observational visit. That was not how I anticipated our tour of the communication systems would unfold, Anna admitted as they exited the secured section, returning to the main vault corridor. The best technical explorations rarely follow predicted paths, James replied with a smile. Finding that external broadcast was remarkable enough, but developing the internal programming initiative might actually have more significant impact for your community. Anna nodded agreement as they walked, reflecting on how a casual suggestion had evolved into a potentially meaningful contribution to Vault life. I've always appreciated music from the archives, but access is typically limited to educational contexts or special occasions. Making it part of daily life would be enriching. Their conversation continued as they moved through the vault corridors, discussing potential content for the proposed broadcasts and sharing musical preferences from their respective cultural archives. Despite developing in isolation for generations, both vaults had preserved similar collections of pre-war artistic works, though with interesting variations in which pieces had been prioritized for conservation. As they approached a junction where their paths would diverge, James to a scheduled meeting with the engineering department about power distribution efficiencies, Anna to her regular duty shift in environmental systems monitoring. They paused to finalize plans for later. I have some free time after my shift ends, Anna said. If you're interested, I could show you the cultural archives section where the music recordings are stored. We could begin preliminary content selection for the broadcast proposal, assuming it receives approval. I'd like that, James replied with evident enthusiasm. It would be fascinating to compare your musical preservation with what we've maintained in Vault 101, and practical content examples would strengthen the proposal. With their evening plans established, they parted ways, each heading toward their respective responsibilities with thoughts still engaged by the morning's unexpected developments. Anna found herself looking forward to the Cultural Archives visit with genuine anticipation, an opportunity to share an aspect of Vault 42 that represented not just technological survival, but the preservation of human artistic achievement despite the devastation that had necessitated their underground existence. Her duty shift in environmental systems monitoring passed with the focused routine that characterized her technical work. Checking atmospheric composition readouts, verifying filtration system performance, ensuring temperature and humidity levels remained within optimal parameters across all vault sections. The work required attention to detail and understanding of complex interdependent systems, but after years in this role, Anna completed these tasks with practiced efficiency. Throughout the shift, however, her thoughts occasionally returned to the mysterious music broadcast they had detected that morning. The haunting melody reaching them from the devastated world above represented something profoundly moving, evidence that beauty had somehow survived, even if just in the form of an automated system continuing its programmed function long after the civilization that created it had collapsed. This connection to the artistic achievements of the pre-war world had inspired their internal broadcast proposal, creating a potential legacy from what might otherwise have been merely an interesting technical anomaly. The idea that Vault residents might soon gather in their quarters or communal spaces to share the experience of music flowing through their sealed environment brought Anna a sense of satisfaction distinct from her usual technical accomplishments. As her shift concluded and she prepared to meet James at the Cultural Archives, Anna received a notification on her Pip-Boy, a message from Communications Officer Torres. Proposal submitted to Overseer's office with priority recommendation. Initial response positive, requesting demonstration broadcast concept. Cultural Archives access authorized for content selection. Torres. The message confirmed what Anna had sensed during their morning discussion. Torres had embraced the broadcasting concept with genuine enthusiasm rather than merely professional accommodation. The communication officer's support significantly improved the proposal's chances of approval, particularly with her technical endorsement addressing any resource utilization concerns. Energized by this positive development, Anna completed her shift handover and made her way to the cultural preservation section located near the Vault's educational facilities. This area housed the carefully maintained archives of pre-war knowledge and artistic works, deemed worthy of conservation by the original Vault-Tec planners and subsequent generations of preservation specialists. James was already waiting when she arrived, engaged in conversation with cultural preservation specialist Martin Okafor, who oversaw the archives with passionate dedication to their historical significance. In his late 50s, Okafor combined scholarly knowledge of pre-war culture with the technical expertise required to maintain the aging storage media that contained these preserved works. Specialist Chen, Okafor greeted her warmly. Our visitor has been telling me about your broadcast initiative, a wonderful concept. I've advocated for broader access to these cultural resources for years. Torres messaged that the initial response from the Overseer's office is positive, Anna informed them both. They're requesting a demonstration broadcast concept. This news visibly pleased Okafor, who had apparently been quickly won over to their proposal. Excellent. I've been showing Advisor Reed our audio preservation systems. We've maintained over 2,000 original musical recordings from various pre-war periods and cultural traditions, along with extensive contextual documentation about composers, performers, and historical significance. He led them further into the archives, where specialized storage units contained the precious cultural heritage that had survived the nuclear devastation, not through chance, but through deliberate preservation efforts, beginning with the original vault construction and continuing through generations of careful maintenance. The recordings were originally transferred to holotape format during vault construction, Okafor explained as he accessed one of the secure storage units. Subsequent preservation efforts have migrated the content to newer media as technology evolved, though we've maintained the original formats as well, for archival integrity. He retrieved a storage device and inserted it into a specialized playback terminal, bringing up a catalog of musical recordings organized by historical period, cultural origin, and compositional style. The comprehensive nature of the preservation effort was impressive. Thousands of hours of music representing diverse traditions from across the pre-war world. For a demonstration broadcast, I would suggest beginning with something universally appealing, yet historically significant, Okafor advised, navigating through the catalogue with practiced familiarity. Perhaps selections from what was known as the classical period. Composers like Mozart, Beethoven, Bach. Their works have demonstrated enduring appreciation across cultural boundaries. James expressed agreement with this approach. In Vault 101, single limited broadcast program, classical compositions typically receive the most positive community response, particularly among residents with no formal musical education. There seems to be something inherently accessible about the structured harmony. Their discussion continued as they explored the musical archives, occasionally playing brief segments from selected compositions to evaluate their potential inclusion in the demonstration broadcast. Okafor provided historical context for various pieces, enriching their understanding with information that could be incorporated into the program commentary. This is precisely what cultural preservation was intended to achieve, Okafor noted with evident satisfaction as they compiled their preliminary selections. Not merely archiving these works for historical documentation, but keeping them alive through continued appreciation. Music isn't truly preserved until it's heard. After nearly 2 hours of exploration and discussion, they had assembled a proposed content sequence for the demonstration broadcast, a thoughtfully curated selection of musical pieces representing different periods and styles, interspersed with brief historical context and interesting details about the compositions and their cultural significance. I believe this provides an excellent representation of the programming potential, Okafor said, reviewing their selections. Varied yet cohesive, educational without becoming pedantic, and above all genuinely enjoyable. A perfect introduction to what these broadcasts could offer the community. He transferred their compiled program to a portable data device, which Anna would deliver to Communications Officer Torres for technical preparation. With this task completed, their visit to the cultural archives concluded, Okafor thanking them for initiating a project he had long hoped to see implemented. "Your timing is serendipitous," he told them as they prepared to leave. "I've been proposing similar cultural distribution initiatives for years, but they've never gained traction amid more pressing resource allocation concerns. Perhaps hearing that external broadcast this morning was the catalyst needed to shift perspectives." As they departed the cultural preservation section, Anna and James continued discussing the broadcast initiative, both genuinely invested in its successful implementation. What had begun as a spontaneous suggestion, inspired by the mysterious external transmission, had evolved into a meaningful project with potential to enhance life within Vault 42 in subtle but significant ways. "When might the demonstration broadcast occur?" James asked as they walked through the corridors toward the dining area for the evening meal. "Assuming technical preparation proceeds smoothly, possibly within the next few days," Anna replied. Torres seemed eager to move forward, and the overseer's initial response suggests interest rather than skepticism. "The main consideration will be scheduling it, when most residents have opportunity to participate." The conversation continued through their meal, expanding to include broader reflections on how relatively small innovations could significantly impact quality of life in the closed environment of a vault. Both shared examples from their respective communities, simple adjustments or additions to standard protocols that had yielded disproportionate benefits for resident well-being. After dining, they made their way to the communications center to deliver the program content to Torres. The evening shift was quieter than the morning's operations, with reduced staffing focused primarily on monitoring rather than active transmission. Torres was still present, having extended her duty period specifically to work on the broadcast initiative. "Perfect timing," she greeted them, accepting the data device with evident enthusiasm. "I've been preparing the technical implementation plan for the demonstration. The overseer has tentatively approved a broadcast tomorrow evening at 2100 hours, after the day shift concludes but before night cycle begins. Optimal timing for maximum voluntary participation." This accelerated timeline exceeded their expectations, indicating the overseer's genuine interest in the concept, rather than merely procedural consideration. Torres had already begun configuring the internal broadcasting system, establishing the transmission protocols and testing the distribution network to ensure all residential sections would receive clear audio. We'll need to record introductory comments and transitional segments between the musical selections, Torres explained, showing them the audio production equipment set up for this purpose. Brief contextual information that enhances appreciation without overwhelming the music itself. The next hour was spent preparing these additional elements, with Anna and James drafting and recording short informational segments based on Okafor's historical notes. Torres provided technical guidance to optimize audio quality, ensuring the spoken components would integrate seamlessly with the musical selection. "I think we've created something quite special," Torres said as they completed the final preparations. "Far more than a simple demonstration, this is a genuinely thoughtful cultural program. The Overseer has authorized a vault-wide announcement tomorrow afternoon, informing residents about the evening broadcast. Based on the response to this initial offering, we can refine the approach for potential regular implementation." With their work completed for the evening, they left Torres to finalize the technical aspects of the broadcast preparation. As Anna and James walked through the vault corridors toward the residential sections, a sense of accomplishment accompanied their conversation. The satisfaction of creating something new that transcended mere technical function to address deeper human needs for connection, beauty, and shared experience. "It's remarkable how quickly this has developed," James observed as they approached the junction where their paths would diverge for the night. "From a chance detection of that external broadcast this morning to a fully prepared internal program scheduled for tomorrow evening. Sometimes the right idea at the right moment simply gains its own momentum," Anna replied thoughtfully. "Perhaps the vault was ready for something like this. A small expansion of our horizons, even while remaining physically contained within these walls." They paused at the intersection, each preparing to head toward their separate quarters, yet both reluctant to conclude what had been a uniquely rewarding day of unexpected developments and creative collaboration. "Will you attend the broadcast tomorrow evening?" Anna asked, though the answer seemed obvious given James's involvement in its creation. "Wouldn't miss it," he confirmed with a smile. Officer Torres mentioned a communal listening area being arranged in the central atrium for residents who prefer shared experience to private listening in their quarters. "I thought I might observe there, see the direct community response to our creation." "I'd like that too," Anna agreed. "The atrium has excellent acoustics. Something about the architectural design creates almost perfect sound distribution. The music should be particularly beautiful in that space." With plans established for the following evening, they finally parted ways, each heading toward their quarters as the vault's lighting began its gradual transition to night cycle levels. The day had unfolded in ways neither could have anticipated during their morning breakfast. From the discovery of the mysterious external broadcast to the creation of a new cultural initiative for the Vault community. In her quarters, Anna completed her evening routine with the same efficient habits that structured her daily life, yet her thoughts remained engaged with the day's developments. The prospect of tomorrow's broadcast brought a sense of anticipation different from her usual technical projects. The creation of an experience designed not for system optimization or resource efficiency, but simply for human appreciation of beauty, preserved from a world lost to nuclear fire. As she prepared for sleep, Anna found herself humming fragments of melody from the musical selections they had chosen for the broadcast. These compositions, created centuries before the war that had driven humanity underground, would soon fill the corridors and chambers of Vault 42, a connection across time to the artistic achievements that represented humanity at its most inspired rather than its most destructive. The gentle mechanical hum that permeated the vault provided its familiar backdrop to these contemplations, the technological symphony that maintained their sealed environment. Tomorrow, that constant utilitarian sound would be joined, however briefly, by the deliberate harmonies of human composition, creating a different kind of connection among the community that shared this underground existence. Sleep came easily, accompanied by these thoughts and the pleasant anticipation of the broadcast to come. The day had begun with the discovery of music somehow persisting in the devastated world above, and would conclude tomorrow with music filling their protected world below, a pleasing symmetry that suggested the enduring importance of such cultural experiences to human well-being, regardless of external circumstances. Morning arrived with its programmed simulation of dawn, Anna waking to the gradually increasing illumination, with thoughts immediately turning to the evening broadcast. Her regular duty shift would occupy most of the day, but the anticipation of the special event provided an undercurrent of energy to her routine activities. Throughout the day, preparations for the broadcast continued in parallel with normal vault operations. An official announcement was distributed through the Pip-Boy network and information displays in communal areas, informing residents of the special cultural program scheduled for the evening. The central atrium was partially reconfigured to accommodate those who wished to experience the broadcast in a communal setting, with seating arranged for optimal acoustics and comfort. Anna's technical duties proceeded with their usual precision, yet her awareness of the approaching broadcast added a subtle layer of excitement to even routine tasks. This was something new, not merely maintaining the systems that preserved their physical existence, but actively enriching the quality of that existence through cultural connection. As her shift concluded and evening approached, Anna made her way to the central atrium, where a sizable gathering had already formed in anticipation of the broadcast. Residents of varying ages and from different vault sections mingled in the space, their conversations creating a gentle murmur of expectation throughout the chamber. James was already there, engaged in conversation with several members of the educational staff who had expressed particular interest in the cultural initiative. He noticed Anna's arrival and made his way toward her, his expression conveying both excitement and a touch of nervousness about the public reception of their collaborative creation. Quite a turnout, he noted as he joined her. Torres mentioned that most residential sections have also reported high opt-in rates for private listening. It seems the announcement generated significant interest across the community. People welcome new experiences in an environment where routine defines most aspects of daily life, Anna observed, looking around at the gathering crowd. Especially something that connects us to the world that existed before, the civilization we're preserving in our way, even if most of its physical manifestations were destroyed. As the scheduled time approached, Communications Officer Torres arrived to oversee the final technical preparations. She checked the sound distribution system in the atrium, ensuring optimal audio quality for the assembled audience, then conferred briefly with Overseer Wilson, who had arrived to observe this experimental community event. The presence of the Overseer underscored the potential significance of the broadcast beyond mere entertainment. It represented a small but meaningful evolution in Vault 42's community life, an expansion of shared experience beyond purely practical necessities. At precisely 2100 hours, the Vault's PA system activated with a soft chime that drew the attention of everyone in the atrium. The ambient lighting dimmed slightly, creating an atmosphere conducive to focused listening. Then Anna's recorded voice emerged from the speakers, calm and clear. Good evening, residents of Vault 42. Welcome to a special cultural broadcast drawn from our preserved musical archives. For the next hour, we invite you to experience selected compositions that represent humanity's artistic achievement across different periods and traditions. Between selections, we'll share brief historical context about the music and its creators. We hope this program brings both enjoyment and appreciation for the cultural heritage maintained within our vault. A moment of silence followed this introduction, creating anticipation that was fulfilled as the first musical selection began. Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik. Its elegant melody filling the atrium with a clarity that showcased the excellent acoustics of the space. The audience remained silent, many closing their eyes to focus entirely on the auditory experience. Others watching the reactions of fellow residents sharing this moment. Anna observed the collective response with quiet satisfaction, noting the expressions of pleasant surprise on many faces. Residents experiencing something familiar in an entirely new context. Some older community members appeared particularly moved, perhaps remembering special occasions when archived music had been played in educational or ceremonial settings. James leaned closer to speak softly without disrupting others' listening experience. "Look at their faces," he whispered. "This is exactly the response we hoped for. Genuine engagement, not mere polite attention." Anna nodded agreement, watching as the music continued to work its subtle effect on the gathered community. The composition concluded to a moment of appreciative silence, followed by a gentle murmur of conversation before James's recorded voice provided context about Mozart and the historical period in which he had composed. The program continued through its carefully structured sequence, varied selections representing different styles and periods, interspersed with informative commentary that enhanced appreciation without overwhelming the musical experience. The audience remained engaged throughout, their collective attention creating a shared atmosphere, unlike the typical functional gatherings that characterized vault life. Among the selections was Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, the same composition they had detected that morning in the mysterious external broadcast. This connection, known only to Anna, James, and Torres, created a poignant symmetry to the day's events, the music serving as bridge between their isolated community and whatever might exist in the world above. As the broadcast approached its conclusion, a final selection began, a choral piece whose harmonies seemed particularly moving in the atrium's acoustic environment. The combined voices created a sense of human connection transcending time, these singers from centuries past, reaching across nuclear devastation to touch the hearts of listeners gathered in an underground sanctuary, never imagined by those who had created the music. When the final notes faded into silence, no one immediately spoke or moved, the shared experience creating a moment of communion unlike anything in routine vault operations. Then, gradually, appreciative conversations began, residents turning to neighbors to share impressions and responses to what they had heard. Overseer Wilson approached Anna and James, her typically reserved expression softened by evident approval. "A remarkable initiative," she commented, "both technically well executed and clearly beneficial to community morale. I believe we should consider implementing this as a regular program, perhaps weekly to start." "Thank you, Overseer," Anna responded, pleased by this official endorsement of what had begun as a spontaneous suggestion. Communications Officer Torres deserves significant credit for the technical implementation, and Cultural Preservation Specialist Okafor provided invaluable assistance with content selection. "All involved will receive appropriate recognition," the Overseer assured them. "What particularly impresses me is how this utilizes existing resources in new ways to enhance community experience. Innovation need not always involve new technology or resource allocation. Sometimes, it's simply applying what we have more effectively." This observation captured precisely what had made the broadcast initiative so immediately viable. It required no new equipment, minimal additional energy consumption, and utilized cultural resources already preserved but underutilized. The potential impact on community cohesion and morale represented significant value for negligible cost, a calculation that would always appeal to responsible vault leadership. As the gathering gradually dispersed, residents returning to their quarters with the evening's music still resonating in memory, Anna and James remained in the atrium with Torres, who had joined them after concluding the broadcast operations. By all measures an unqualified success, Torres declared with evident satisfaction. Technical distribution was flawless across all vault sections, and based on monitoring data, over 80% of residents opted to receive the broadcast either here or in their quarters. The overseer indicated support for regular implementation, Anna informed her. Weekly broadcasts to start, with potential for increased frequency if community response remains positive. Torres nodded approval. I've already begun drafting a formal protocol for scheduled use of the communication systems for cultural programming. With established parameters, we can maintain this without disrupting essential functions. She turned to James with professional curiosity. Would you be willing to share Vault 101's broadcasting protocols before your exchange period concludes? Comparative information would be valuable for optimizing our approach. Of course, James agreed readily, though I suspect you'll quickly surpass our modest program. Your technical infrastructure is more sophisticated, and your cultural archives appear considerably more extensive. Their conversation continued as they helped restore the atrium to its standard configuration, discussing refinements for future broadcasts and potential expansion of content beyond music to include educational materials, historical documentaries, and perhaps eventually dramatic performances preserved from pre-war entertainment. As they completed this work and prepared to head toward their respective quarters, Anna found herself reflecting on how much had developed from the chance detection of the mysterious broadcast that morning. What began as a technical curiosity had catalyzed a cultural initiative with potential to significantly enhance community life. A reminder that even in their controlled, isolated environment, unexpected discoveries could lead to meaningful evolution. Thinking about how much happened in just one day, James asked, seeming to read her contemplative expression as they walked through corridors, now quiet in the late evening hours. Exactly that, Anna confirmed. From detecting that external signal to implementing our own broadcast. It's remarkable how quickly things developed once the idea emerged. It makes me wonder what other possibilities might be waiting in systems or resources we use every day, but haven't considered from fresh perspectives, James mused. There's a natural tendency in closed environments to establish stable routines and then maintain them without question. This observation resonated with Anna's own thoughts about vault operations. While the technical systems required consistent maintenance protocols, cultural and social aspects of community life could benefit from occasional reconsideration. Not abandoning proven approaches, but thoughtfully evolving them to better serve resident well-being. When they reached the junction where their paths would diverge towards separate residential sections, they paused, both feeling the satisfaction of shared accomplishment that transcended their usual technical problem-solving. Tomorrow is the talent show in the atrium, isn't it? James asked. I noticed announcements about it earlier today, though they were somewhat overshadowed by our broadcast initiative. Yes, an annual event, Anna confirmed. Residents performing music, recitations, comedy routines, amateur entertainment, but always enjoyable. Will you attend? Definitely. It seems like an excellent opportunity to observe another aspect of Vault 42's community culture. He hesitated briefly, then added with a smile, perhaps you'll be performing something? After today's broadcast success, you might have discovered a talent for cultural programming. Anna laughed softly at the suggestion. Strictly a technical specialist, I'm afraid. I appreciate cultural experiences, but have never developed performance skills myself. I'll be attending solely as an audience member. With plans established to meet at the talent show the following evening, they bid each other good night and headed toward their respective quarters. Anna completed her evening routine with the pleasant after effects of the successful broadcast still lingering in her thoughts. The expressions of appreciation from fellow residents, the overseer's official endorsement, and most significantly, the sense of having contributed something beyond mere technical maintenance to her community's quality of life. As she prepared for sleep, fragments of melody from the evening's musical selections continued to play in her mind, creating a soundtrack to her reflections on the day's events. What had begun with the discovery of a mysterious signal from the world above had culminated in bringing music to fill the corridors and chambers of their underground home. A fitting symmetry that suggested connections persisting despite the barriers of time and nuclear devastation. The gentle mechanical hum that had accompanied her entire life beneath the earth seemed somehow different tonight. Not merely the sound of technological systems maintaining physical survival, but part of a larger composition that included human creativity and connection. Tomorrow would bring new technical challenges and responsibilities, but also the talent show, with its celebration of community expression, another dimension of life that made their sealed existence more than mere survival. Sleep came easily, her mind relaxed by the satisfactions of the day and the lingering beauty of the music they had shared. As consciousness faded, the mechanical rhythms of the vault blended with remembered melodies, creating a soothing lullaby that carried her into dreams of both the world preserved within their walls and the mysterious possibilities that might exist beyond. While Anna slept peacefully after the successful radio broadcast, elsewhere in Vault 42, preparations for tomorrow's talent show continued into the night. In the atrium, Technical Officer Marcus Chen tested the stage lighting, frowning as one of the spotlights flickered unpredictably. Meanwhile, 16-year-old Eliza Wong practiced her violin piece in her family's quarters, her hands trembling slightly with nervousness about her first public performance. As residents prepared acts ranging from poetry recitations to comedy sketches, our next tale of community and creativity awaits in the Vault's transformed common space. Join us for Atrium Talent Show. Morning in Vault 42 arrived with the gradual brightening of artificial lights, simulating dawn in the windowless underground environment. Anna Chen woke to this programmed sunrise, her mind already turning to the day ahead. Unlike most mornings, when her thoughts immediately focused on technical duties and system maintenance schedules, today she felt a pleasant anticipation for the evening's community event, the annual Vault 42 talent show. After the success of yesterday's musical broadcast, a different kind of cultural gathering awaited. Where the radio program had connected residents through shared listening experience, tonight's talent show would showcase the community's own creative expressions, residents performing for one another in a tradition that dated back generations in the Vault's history. Anna rose and began her morning routine with practiced efficiency, the habits of life in the structured environment of the Vault guiding her movements. After a quick shower with carefully rationed water, she dressed in her standard issue blue and yellow jumpsuit, the Vault Tech logo on the back a constant reminder of the organization that had created these underground sanctuaries before the nuclear devastation above. As she prepared for the day, Anna's pit-boy chimed with an incoming message from Chief Engineer Patel. Chen, Overseer requested technical support for tonight's talent show. Lighting system in the atrium showing intermittent issues during morning check. Can you assist? Marcus is primary on this, but could use your expertise with the control interfaces. Patel? Anna sent a quick acknowledgement, mentally adjusting her day's schedule to accommodate this additional responsibility. While not directly within her usual specialization of environmental systems, she had experience with the atrium's lighting controls from previous community events. Technical staff in the vault often crossed specialization boundaries when needed, their shared fundamental knowledge allowing flexibility in addressing various systems. After a quick breakfast in the communal dining area, where conversations buzzed with anticipation for the evening's entertainment, Anna made her way to the atrium to assess the reported lighting issues. The central atrium was Vault 42's largest public space, a two-story chamber originally designed for general assemblies, but adapted over generations to serve multiple community functions, from educational presentations to celebration gatherings. Already the space was undergoing transformation for the talent show. Maintenance staff arranged seating in concentric semicircles facing what would become the performance area. Others assembled a modular stage platform, the components stored throughout the year specifically for occasions requiring elevated presentation space. The atmosphere held the pleasant energy of preparation for a valued community tradition. Technical Officer Marcus Chen, no relation to Anna despite the shared surname, stood at the lighting control panel, his expression reflecting frustrated concentration as he ran diagnostic sequences. In his early 40s, Marcus specialized in the vault's electrical systems, maintaining the power distribution network that energized every aspect of their underground existence. His practical knowledge complemented Anna's more theoretical understanding, making them an effective troubleshooting team. "Morning, Marcus," Anna greeted him as she approached. "Patel mentioned you're having issues with the lighting system." Marcus looked up with evident relief at her arrival. "Anna, good timing. This control interface is being extraordinarily stubborn today. Watch this." He activated a sequence that should have triggered a specific lighting pattern for the stage area. Instead of the intended effect, several lights flickered erratically while others remained unresponsive. "Not ideal for a performance setting," Anna observed, studying the system's behavior. "Definitely not," Marcus agreed. "Nothing worse than lights failing mid-parens. We've got everything from musical pieces to dramatic readings planned tonight, each with specific lighting cues. I've checked the physical connections and power supply, all functioning normally. The issue seems to be in the control interface or programming logic." Anna moved beside him at the control panel, examining the system architecture displayed on the monitoring screen. The atrium lighting was one of the more sophisticated systems in the vault, designed with flexibility to accommodate various community functions beyond basic illumination. Programmable patterns, intensity variations, and focused spotlights could create different atmospheres or highlight specific areas, capabilities particularly valuable for events like the talent show. "When did the issues start?" she asked, navigating through diagnostic menus with practiced efficiency. "First noticed during morning systems check. Everything functioned normally during last week's testing." Marcus provided a data tablet containing the maintenance logs and recent usage records. "No physical changes to the system components since then." Anna reviewed the logs while considering potential causes. The timing suggested a possible connection to yesterday's activities. The system was last used extensively during the musical broadcast yesterday evening. Different lighting configurations were implemented for that event. Marcus nodded. "Basic ambient reduction for the listening experience, nothing elaborate, but yes, the standard programming was temporarily modified. Everything seemed to return to baseline afterward, according to the automatic restoration log. This information narrowed the probable cause. Let me check the programming restore sequence. Might be a corruption in the transition back to standard parameters." Anna accessed the deeper system architecture, examining the code that governed transitions between different lighting configurations. The sophisticated control system was designed to store multiple preset arrangements while maintaining a standard default that would automatically restore after temporary modifications. These transitions were governed by specific protocols to ensure smooth operation regardless of how extensively the settings had been altered. After several minutes of focused investigation, Anna identified the likely issue. Here's our problem. The restoration protocol executed but encountered a parameter mismatch in two of the Spotlight subsystems. Instead of completing the standard reset, it created a recursive error loop in those control pathways. The system is essentially trying to simultaneously maintain conflicting instructions. Can we clear the conflict without resetting the entire system? Marcus asked, concerned about losing the specialized programming for the talent show that had been developed over several previous events and stored in the system memory. I believe so, Anna replied, already mapping a solution approach. We can isolate the affected pathways, force a localized reset on just those components, then reintegrate them with the main system. It will preserve all the show programming while clearing the conflict. Together, they implemented this targeted solution, Anna navigating the software architecture while Marcus monitored the physical system responses to ensure no unexpected reactions occurred in the hardware components. Their complementary skills created an efficient troubleshooting team, communication flowing with the practiced shorthand of experienced technical specialists. After approximately 30 minutes of careful work, they initiated a test sequence, running through the lighting patterns programmed for the talent show. This time, all elements responded correctly. Spotlights focusing precisely on the stage area, ambient lighting adjusting to appropriate levels, even the subtle color variations designed to enhance different performance types functioning as intended. Perfect restoration, Marcus declared with satisfaction. The performers can breathe easier, knowing their spotlight moments won't suddenly go dark. As they completed final system checks, the atrium continued its transformation around them. Additional residents had arrived to assist with preparations, hanging decorative elements crafted from repurposed materials, arranging the sound system components for optimal acoustics, setting up the small backstage area where performers would prepare before their appearances. Among these preparations, Anna noticed a young woman carefully removing a violin from a protective case, her movements conveying both reverence for the instrument and nervous anticipation. The girl appeared to be in her mid-teens, with the characteristic concentration of someone mentally rehearsing an important performance. Marcus followed Anna's gaze and smiled with recognition. That's Eliza Wong, daughter of Dr. Wong from medical, first time performing in the talent show. She's been practicing that violin piece for months. I can hear it through the ventilation system when I'm working near their family quarters. I didn't realize we had violinists in the vault, Anna commented, impressed by the presence of such specialized musical skill in their closed community. Third-generation musician, Marcus explained. Her grandfather was apparently a professional violinist before the war, brought his instrument into the vault during the original population, taught his son, who taught Eliza, one of those family traditions that preserved a pre-war art form. This glimpse into the cultural continuity maintained within the vault community added another dimension to Anna's appreciation for the upcoming event. Beyond mere entertainment, the talent show represented the preservation and transmission of human artistic expression despite the catastrophic disruption of civilization above ground. Individuals maintaining connections to pre-war cultural achievements through direct lineage of teaching and practice. As they completed the lighting system restoration, Anna noticed James Reed, the visitor from Vault 101, entering the atrium. He paused just inside the entrance, observing the preparations with evident interest, before noticing Anna and making his way toward the technical control area. "Good morning," he greeted them. "Quite the transformation happening in here. I was hoping to find you, Anna. Wanted to see if you needed any assistance with preparations. In Vault 101, I usually help with sound system setup for our community gatherings." Anna introduced James to Marcus, explaining his visitor's status and technical background. Marcus welcomed the additional assistance readily, particularly given James's experience with sound systems. "Perfect timing," Marcus said. "I need to verify the lighting programming storage, and the audio system still needs final calibration for different performance types. Would you mind looking at the acoustic balancing with Anna? She knows our system architecture, and you can contribute your experience with performance audio requirements." With this division of responsibilities established, Anna led James to the sound control station, positioned discreetly at the side of the seating area. The audio system was less complex than the lighting array, but required careful calibration to accommodate the varied needs of different performers, from solo vocalists to instrumental groups to spoken word presentations. "The basic system is standard Vault-Tec design," Anna explained as they examined the control interface. "Though we've made various modifications over the years to improve frequency response and distribution patterns. The atrium's architecture creates some interesting acoustic properties. Certain areas naturally amplify specific frequency ranges." James studied the system with professional interest. "Similar to our performance space in Vault 101, though yours appears to have more sophisticated equalization capabilities. Our events are often compromised by difficulty balancing vocals against instruments." They began the calibration process, using test tones to verify acoustic response across the performance area. James suggested several adjustments based on his experience with similar challenges in Vault 101, while Anna provided insight into the specific characteristics of their atrium's acoustics. The collaborative approach yielded better results than either might have achieved individually, their different perspectives complementing each other effectively. As they worked, more performers arrived for preliminary sound checks and stage familiarization. Anna recognized most from various Vault departments: an administrative assistant known for his comedy routines, a maintenance worker who played guitar, several members of the education staff who had formed a small choral group. The diversity of talents reflected the multifaceted aspects of individuals often seen only in their professional roles during normal Vault operations. Eliza Wong approached the sound station with her violin, her expression revealing the nervous anticipation typical of young performers facing significant public appearances. "Excuse me," she said softly. "I was told to check in for a sound level test. It's my first time performing, so I'm not entirely sure of the procedure." Anna smiled reassuringly. "Of course, we're just finishing the system calibration now. Would you like to play a brief section so we can adjust the microphone settings appropriately for your instrument?" The young violinist nodded, moving to the designated performance area with careful poise that seemed to steady her nerves. She positioned the instrument with practiced precision, took a deep breath, and began to play a short passage from her prepared piece. The pure, resonant tones of the violin filled the atrium, the acoustics of the space enhancing the instrument's natural qualities. Even in this brief technical exercise, the musicality of her playing was immediately apparent. Technical precision combined with expressive phrasing that conveyed genuine artistic sensitivity. Anna and James exchanged impressed glances as they made minor adjustments to the audio settings, optimizing the natural sound without artificial enhancement. When Eliza concluded the passage, A small group of residents who had been working on stage decorations spontaneously applauded, causing the young musician to blush with pleased embarrassment. "That was beautiful," Anna told her sincerely as she returned to the sound station. "The violin projects wonderfully in this space. We've adjusted the settings to complement your instrument's natural tone. Do you have any concerns about the sound?" "From your perspective, it felt good," Eliza replied, her confidence visibly strengthened by the positive response. "The resonance is different from practicing in our quarters, fuller somehow. Thank you for the adjustments." As she returned to the preparation area, James commented quietly to Anna, "Remarkable skill for someone so young, especially considering the limited training resources available in a vault environment." 3 generations of family tradition, Anna explained, sharing what Marcus had told her. Her grandfather was a professional musician before the war. The knowledge passed down directly, along with the instrument itself, a living connection to the world before. This illustration of cultural continuity seemed to resonate with James, whose presence as a visitor from another vault represented a different kind of connection. Isolated communities beginning to share their separately maintained knowledge and traditions after generations of development in isolation. Throughout the morning, they continued assisting various performers with technical preparations, resolving minor issues with microphone placement, speaker balancing, and optimal positioning for different act types. Marcus rejoined them after completing the lighting programming verification, the 3 technical specialists working together to ensure all systems would function reliably during the evening's performances. By early afternoon, the primary technical preparations were complete. The atrium had been transformed from its standard configuration into a proper performance venue, seating arranged for optimal viewing, stage area defined with appropriate lighting, sound system calibrated for various performance types, even modest decorative elements creating a festive atmosphere distinguished from everyday vault operations. "I think we've covered all the technical bases," Marcus declared with satisfaction. "The performers will conduct their final rehearsals this afternoon, but the systems are ready. Thank you both for your assistance. This preparation has gone much more smoothly than last year." As Marcus departed to report completion status to the event coordinators, Anna and James took a moment to appreciate the transformed space from the audience perspective, sitting briefly in the seating area to assess the visual and acoustic experience awaiting residents that evening. "It's impressive how effectively the space has been adapted," James observed. "During my orientation tour, this atrium seemed primarily functional, a utilitarian gathering space. Now, it has a genuine performance venue atmosphere. The vault was designed with flexibility as a core principle," Anna replied, looking around at the transformation. "Spaces serving multiple functions, systems adaptable to varied requirements. The original designers understood that physical constraints would require creative utilization of limited areas." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Overseer Wilson, who was conducting a preliminary inspection of the preparations. She acknowledged them with a professional nod as she approached. "Specialist Chen, Advisor Reed, I understand you've been instrumental in resolving some technical challenges with our performance systems." The Overseer's formal manner carried appropriate authority without severity, the balanced leadership approach that had earned her the community's respect. "Just some minor adjustments to ensure reliable operation," Anna replied modestly. Marcus handled the primary system preparations. "Nevertheless, your contributions are appreciated," the Overseer stated, "particularly following your successful implementation of the musical broadcast initiative yesterday. You both seem to have developed a productive collaborative approach despite coming from different technical traditions." This observation highlighted something Anna had noticed herself: how effectively she and James had integrated their distinct training backgrounds and problem-solving approaches. Despite developing in isolated environments with different technical cultures, their fundamental understanding of systems and shared commitment to functional outcomes had created natural synergy. Different perspectives often yield more comprehensive solutions, James suggested diplomatically. Vault 101 and Vault 42 have developed parallel but distinct approaches to similar challenges. There's significant mutual benefit in sharing these varied methodologies. The overseer nodded thoughtfully. Precisely the potential value we hoped to realize from the exchange program. Your time with us has already catalyzed several valuable innovations. She gestured toward the performance space being finalized around them. Events like tonight's talent show represent another essential aspect of sustainable underground living, maintaining cultural expression and community connection beyond mere physical survival. After the overseer continued her inspection rounds, Anna and James decided to take a break before the evening's event. They had been working continuously since early morning, and several hours remained before the talent show would begin. By unspoken mutual agreement, they made their way toward the greenhouse, the living space that had become their preferred location for quieter conversations, away from the predominantly mechanical environments of the vault. The greenhouse offered its usual peaceful contrast to the technical areas they had been occupied with all morning. The gentle sounds of the irrigation system, now functioning perfectly after their recent repairs, created a soothing background to the visually refreshing greenery. The air carried subtle fragrances of herbs and flowering plants, a sensory environment distinctly different from the filtered atmosphere of standard vault sections. They found a quiet seating area near the meditation garden, where the ambient lighting was calibrated to create a restful atmosphere. After the focused concentration required for technical troubleshooting, the living environment provided welcome balance, a reminder of the natural systems that their technological infrastructure ultimately existed to protect and sustain. I've been thinking about the talent show in relation to yesterday's musical broadcast, James said after they had settled in the peaceful surroundings. They represent complementary approaches to cultural experience, receiving artistic heritage from the past versus creating new expressions in the present. Anna considered this perspective. That's an interesting observation. The broadcast connected residents to pre-war cultural achievements, works created in a world none of us have experienced directly. The talent show represents our own community's creative capacity, developed within the constraints of vault existence, both essential to complete cultural life, James suggested, maintaining connections to human artistic heritage while encouraging new expressions unique to current circumstances. Neither alone would be sufficient for genuine cultural vitality. Their conversation continued, exploring how different aspects of vault life balanced preservation of pre-war knowledge with adaptation to their specific underground circumstances. Technical systems maintained original design principles while incorporating generations of modifications based on accumulated experience. Educational curricula preserved historical knowledge while developing specialized training for vault-specific roles. Social structures honored traditional human connections while adapting to the unique constraints of limited population in a closed environment. After their restorative interlude in the greenhouse, they returned to their respective quarters to prepare for the evening's event. The talent show was considered a special occasion in Vault 42's community calendar, with residents typically changing from standard work jumpsuits to the alternate formal vault attire reserved for celebrations and ceremonial gathering. Anna showered and changed into her formal uniform, a variation of the standard jumpsuit in deeper blue with subtle gold trim, designed to maintain the Vault-Tec identification while distinguishing special occasions from daily work activities. She found herself looking forward to the event with genuine anticipation, not merely from technical investment in the functioning systems, but from appreciation for the community expression it represented. When she arrived at the atrium that evening, the transformation was complete. The space was filled with residents in their formal attire, the atmosphere carrying the pleasant energy of shared anticipation. Lighting had been adjusted to create a warm, inviting ambience in the seating area, while highlighting the stage space, where performances would soon begin. Conversations created a gentle murmur throughout the chamber, punctuated occasionally by laughter or exclamations of greeting as friends and colleagues gathered. Anna found James waiting near the entrance as they had arranged, similarly dressed in the formal variation of his Vault 101 jumpsuit, the different number on his back a subtle reminder of his visitor's status among them. Impressive turnout, he noted as she joined him. Seems the entire Vault population might be present. The talent show is one of our most well-attended events, Anna confirmed as they made their way toward their reserved seating near the technical control station. Partly entertainment, partly supporting friends and family performing, partly the simple pleasure of experiencing something different from daily routines. They settled into their seats as the lighting began to shift, indicating the program would soon begin. The ambient illumination dimmed gradually while the stage area brightened, focusing attention toward the performance space. Conversations quieted in response to this visual cue, the audience settling into attentive anticipation. Education Director Samuel Peterson stepped onto the stage, assuming his traditional role as Master of Ceremonies for community events. In his late 50s, Peterson combined natural charisma with the clear articulation developed through years of teaching, making him the natural choice for guiding the evening's program. "Good evening, residents of Vault 42, he began warmly, his voice carrying comfortably throughout the space thanks to the carefully calibrated sound system. Welcome to our annual talent show, a celebration of the artistic abilities cultivated within our community. Tonight you'll experience a diverse program of music, spoken word, comedy, and other creative expressions from your fellow residents. These performances represent hours of preparation alongside regular Vault duties, so your appreciation is both deserved and encouraged." He consulted a small note card, then continued with a smile. "We also welcome technical advisor James Reed from Vault 101, who joins us during his exchange visit. This marks the first time our talent show has included an audience member from another Vault community, a historic extension of shared cultural experience." This acknowledgement drew interested murmurs and welcoming applause for James, who nodded acknowledgement with appropriate modesty. The significance wasn't lost on Anna, another small but meaningful expansion of their previously isolated existence, connections forming that transcended the physical boundaries of their separate underground community. The program began with a performance by the education staff choral group, 6 singers presenting a harmonized rendition of a folk song preserved from pre-war Appalachia. The simple melody carried emotional resonance through the clear voices and genuine feeling the performers brought to the traditional lyrics about home and belonging. What followed was a delightfully diverse sequence of performances reflecting the varied talents cultivated within the Vault community. A maintenance technician revealed remarkable skill with card manipulation tricks that drew gasps and applause from the audience. 2 security officers performed a comedic dialogue about the humorous aspects of Vault life, their timing perfected through months of rehearsal during off-duty hours. A research scientist played an original composition on a keyboard instrument, the music reflecting both classical training and personal creative expression. Between acts, Peterson provided smooth transitions with brief introductions and occasional humorous observations, maintaining the program's flow while allowing performers necessary moments to prepare. The technical systems functioned flawlessly, lighting shifting appropriately for each performance type, sound levels balanced perfectly for different audio requirements. The various technical adjustments Anna and James had implemented earlier, proving their value in the seamless production. When young Eliza Wong took the stage with her violin, a particularly attentive silence fell over the audience. Her formal vault attire seemed to emphasize her youth, yet she carried herself with the composure of someone connecting to a much older tradition through her music. After a brief moment centering herself, she began to play. The piece was immediately recognizable as Bach, one of the violin partitas preserved in the cultural archives, its complex structure demanding both technical precision and interpretive understanding. From the first notes, it was clear that Eliza possessed both in remarkable measure. Her playing combined technical accuracy with genuine emotional expression, the mathematically precise composition coming alive through her interpretation. Anna found herself deeply moved by the performance, not just by the young musician's skill, but by what it represented. Here was direct continuity with the world before the bombs, knowledge and artistic tradition transmitted through 3 generations despite nuclear devastation and the constraints of underground existence. The violin itself was a physical artifact from that lost world, its voice now filling their sealed environment with beauty created centuries before their present circumstances were even imaginable. A glance at James showed he was similarly affected, his expression reflecting appreciation and something deeper. Perhaps recognition of how such cultural preservation represented the most profound form of human resilience. Technical systems maintained physical survival, but these artistic connections sustained the fuller dimensions of human experience necessary for genuine thriving, rather than mere existence. When Eliza completed the piece, a moment of complete silence held the atrium before applause erupted with genuine enthusiasm. The young violinist's expression showed both relief and joy as she acknowledged the response, with a formal bow before leaving the stage. The tradition of performance etiquette itself, another preserved element from the world before. The program continued through its carefully structured sequence, each act receiving appreciated attention and response from the supportive audience. The maintenance worker's guitar playing, the administrative assistant's comedy routine, a dramatic reading of pre-war poetry, each performance representing hours of practice alongside regular vault duties. Creative expression nurtured despite the practical demands of underground survival. As the final scheduled performance concluded, Peterson returned to the stage for closing remarks, thanking performers and audience alike for their participation in this community tradition. The event had unfolded without any technical difficulties, the lighting, sound, and staging functioning precisely as designed thanks to the careful preparations and adjustments implemented earlier. When the formal program concluded, the lighting transitioned to a configuration supporting social gathering rather than performance focus. Residents rose from their seats, forming conversational groups to discuss the performances and connect with friends and colleagues in the more relaxed atmosphere that followed the structured program. Anna and Marcus conducted brief technical checks to ensure all systems were properly transitioned from performance settings to standard operation, confirming that temporary programming would be correctly stored for future events. With these professional responsibilities addressed, they joined the social gathering, accepting appreciative comments from both performers and administrators regarding the smoothly functioning technical elements. Everything worked perfectly, Education Director Peterson told them as he joined their small group. After last year's spotlight failure during the recorder ensemble, I was particularly grateful for the flawless lighting tonight. You've set a new standard for technical support. James diplomatically directed this praise toward Anna and Marcus. I merely contributed minor suggestions based on Vault 101 experience. Your technical team deserves full credit for the implementation and system knowledge. As their conversation continued, Overseer Wilson approached, accompanied by young Eliza Wong and her parents. The Overseer made proper introductions, emphasizing Anna and James's role in ensuring the technical systems that had supported the performances. Your violin sounded beautiful through the sound system, Anna told Eliza sincerely. The acoustic balance was perfect for capturing both the delicacy and resonance of your instrument. The young musician expressed genuine appreciation for the technical support. It made such a difference being able to focus entirely on playing without worrying about whether I could be heard properly. And the lighting helped too. I couldn't see the audience clearly with the stage lights, which actually made it easier to concentrate. Dr. Wong, Eliza's mother, added her own appreciation. The technical aspects of these events often go unrecognized, but they're essential to successful performances. Thank you for creating the conditions that allowed my daughter's hard work to be properly showcased. This acknowledgement of their behind-the-scenes contribution carried particular meaning. Recognition that the technical systems, when functioning optimally, created the foundation that supported the community's cultural expression. Just as the Vault's environmental systems maintained the physical conditions necessary for life, the performance systems maintained the conditions necessary for artistic sharing that enriched that life beyond mere survival. The evening continued with pleasant social interaction, residents enjoying the opportunity for community connection outside the structured requirements of daily Vault operations. Anna found herself appreciating this aspect of Vault life more consciously than she typically did. The balanced integration of practical functionality with human needs for creative expression and social connection. Eventually, the gathering began to disperse, residents gradually departing for their quarters as the evening grew later. The maintenance team would complete the atrium restoration the following day, returning the space to its standard configuration for regular Vault activities. The talent show would become another shared memory in the community's ongoing life, its performances and moments of connection integrated into the collective experience that bound residents together in their underground home. As Anna and James walked through corridors toward the residential sections, their conversation reflected on the evening's significance beyond mere entertainment. Events like this serve multiple community functions simultaneously, James observed thoughtfully. Entertainment certainly, but also recognition of individual capabilities beyond work roles, strengthening of social bonds through shared experience, even psychological benefit from the temporary transformation of familiar spaces, and connection to pre-war cultural traditions, Anna added, thinking of Eliza's violin performance. Maintaining these artistic lineages despite everything that's been lost above. They continued discussing various aspects of the talent show until reaching the junction where their paths would diverge towards separate residential sections. Both felt the satisfaction of contribution to a successful community event, their technical expertise having supported the conditions for meaningful shared experience. Thank you for including me in the preparations today, James said as they prepared to part ways. Observing how Vault 42 approaches these cultural gatherings has been valuable for comparative understanding with our practices in Vault 101. Your assistance was genuinely helpful, Anna replied sincerely. The sound calibration particularly benefited from your performance audio experience. Another example of how our different backgrounds create complementary problem-solving approaches. With plans to meet for breakfast the following morning, they bid each other goodnight and headed toward their respective quarters. The Vault's lighting had transitioned to night cycle levels, creating a peaceful ambience in the quieting corridors as most residents completed their evening routines. In her quarters, Anna prepared for sleep with reflections on the day's experiences, from the technical problem-solving of the morning to the artistic expressions of the evening performance. The vault represented an intricate balance of systems both mechanical and human, physical infrastructure supporting biological needs, while cultural practices nourished psychological and social requirements for genuine well-being. As she settled into bed, the gentle mechanical hum that permeated every corner of the vault provided its familiar backdrop, the technological lullaby that had accompanied her entire life beneath the earth. Tonight, it seemed to carry additional harmonies, perhaps echoes of Bach's mathematical precision as interpreted through Eliza's violin, or the folk melodies presented by the choral group, or even the rhythmic structures of the comedy performances that had brought laughter to their sealed community. Sleep approached with these pleasant associations, Anna's technical mind finding rest after a day of both professional contribution and cultural appreciation. Tomorrow would bring return to regular vault operations, environmental systems to monitor, efficiency parameters to maintain, the ongoing work that sustained their underground existence. But tonight had provided a reminder of why those systems mattered beyond mere survival. They created the protected space where human creativity and connection could continue despite the devastation above. As consciousness faded into dreams, the mechanical rhythms of the vault seemed to blend with remembered melodies and moments of shared appreciation, creating a soothing composition that carried her gently into restful sleep. Another day of life beneath the earth completed, with its balanced integration of technical functionality and human expression that made their sealed world not merely a survival shelter, but a genuine community home. In her dreams, Anna moved through sun-dappled forests she had never actually seen, guided by the gentle melodies of Eliza's violin. Somewhere in the vault, maintenance crews were already quietly restoring the atrium to its standard configuration, while in her family's quarters, young Eliza carefully returned her precious instrument to its protective case, her grandfather's legacy preserved for another generation. Life continued its measured rhythm in Vault 42, a carefully balanced symphony of technology and humanity persisting beneath the Earth's scarred surface. Routine maintenance and cultural celebration, each essential components of their ongoing underground existence. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow Vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.